Hua. Hello. I am alive, I think. Still trying to figure that one out. Chat, summer's gay. I hate summer. Summer is cringe. Summer is gay. Summer is way too hot. Nothing about summer is good. I want to know one good actual thing about summer. I hate heat. Go to beach. I don't like heat. I don't like people. I don't want to have sand everywhere. Fuck the beach. Summer is cringe. Summer sucks. I love waking up. I love waking up after sleeping and feeling like, you know, the scenes in movies, like the effects that they have when the person that the camera is on gets like roofied or something. You know, like that wobbly fucked effect. Yeah, that's me after waking up in heat. In the fucking heat. Winter and autumn enjoyers rise up. Exactly. Good seasons. Summer's fucking cringe. It took several hours to stop dying from heat. I had to wait for the sun to go down because it decided to just not drop below fucking 90 until like a half hour, 40 minutes ago. Just insane. Heat cringe. Summer cringe. Nothing about this season's enjoyable. Yay, I get to fucking have a million fans on. Oh, and not only that, but you know what summer is full of, chat? You know what summer's full of? Full of children. Because they're all on summer vacation. So then every person has to deal with more annoyances. Chat, summer's cringe. It is gay. Everything is more expensive during the summer, too. Because summer is tourism season, so all prices go up. Because of tourists. It's cringe. I ask again, chat. Give me a legitimate, good part about summer. I guarantee I have a rebuttal for everything. I mean, even winter has all the good flavors, you know? A lot of things really related to peppermint in winter, which is great. I like peppermint stuff. Like peppermint ice cream. That shit's good. That shit's super good. Ah, God. It's still hot as fuck in my room. I wonder if the thermometer is anywhere. No. I don't see it. Where did I put it? Gotta be here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Hello, Matcha. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Yeah. Man. I just want it to be like cold. Always. I don't want the weather to be above 70. 70 and below is what I will take. That is what I want. I hate heat. Hello, Rez. How am I? Well, I was dying from the heat. Chat, I think I figured out what typing I would be if I was a Pokemon. It would probably be either Steel Ghost or Steel Dark, because I am nocturnal as fuck and I am weak to heat. Granted, I think people only like summer because it's nice beach weather. You know what else is actually pretty nice beach weather? Fall. Because you're not being scorched and it's pretty alright with nice breezes. Fall doesn't get that cold. I wish Glaceon was real because I like the idea of hugging a dog and cooling me down. Real. Glaceon's my favorite evolution. I like ice types in general. Oh wait, maybe ice could be a typing. Temp doesn't justify getting into the water though, but most of the fucking people that go to the beach don't even go in the water. They fucking chill on the sand. I do? That and a lot of people like tanning. Seriously though, like if you do go to the beach, like you'll see probably a good 70 to 80% of people aren't actually going into the water. They're just there. Tanning's regarded. Yeah, no, it's pretty retarded. I think tanning is retarded. You're Brazilian? I see. Thank you, Daniel. Very cool. Summer is gay. Anyway, chat. Stream. Yeah, stream. The stream thingy. Thingy thing. So... I think he just started speaking in spells. We love stream thingy. So, purpose... Well, not really purpose of stream, but like, stream idea. This is something I've kind of had on the back burner for a bit. For a long bit. Where I got this idea... Not the stream idea, but I got this idea of after moving, I was thinking maybe possibly I could do DIY furniture instead of getting like super duper expensive things, you know? One thing I like about summer is the last week when I know fall is about to be here. True. You make furniture? I mean, if it saves me money, I will absolutely make furniture. I myself don't, but I was seeing a bunch of posts on Twitter. There were a lot of posts on Twitter of people, they were like showing off their merch in these cabinets. Thankfully, you might be getting a bunch of rain this summer. I hope. There were a bunch of people on Twitter showing off their cabinets full of all their merch. And I was just like, damn, those cabinets look really, really nice. They hold a lot of merch in them. They, you know, they have lights in them even. Everything about them, it looks really cool. Really, really cool. Why not IKEA hack something? Because that's gonna be way more expensive than just DIYing it. Like these things I want to make. IKEA is unironically going to be way more expensive. But I was looking at all these display cabinets and was just like, huh. I wonder if I could get one of these after moving. So I did a bunch of research and chat. Those display cases are fucking expensive. Like a couple grand expensive. Fuck that. Like, no. Hell no. What the fuck? I'm not spending a couple grand to display my figures, man. So, I then was just kind of like looking on Amazon just for things to buy. Build your own or find a friend. I was just trying to figure out how I want to display the figures, and then I was like, I wonder if there are like DIY display cabinets. Yes, there are. There are actually a lot of tutorials on how to DIY a display cabinet. And they're actually like really, really nice and really clean. So, with that in mind, I think what we're gonna do is just watch a shit ton of DIY furniture videos just to get ideas for things I either want to do or furniture that I am planning to get, but maybe we can make a better version ourselves. A custom version. Je know? Like, this DIY display case, that's absolutely going to be something that happens, and not just that, but the person's video that I watched on it, they spent more than I would have. Have you done woodworking before? Nope. But it's fine. I learned fast, it's whatever. Normal Tuesday night around here, enjoy watching building tutorials and the like. Well, this video is, let's swap to over here. This video is the like main one that kind of got me to be like, oh, let's watch these on stream. Ugh. Yeah, this video right here by Posing with Peter. Yeah. Apparently this guy copied somebody else's tutorial, but this video is also only 8 minutes long. So yeah. That's the name? Yeah, I guess he does a lot of stuff with like action figures and posing them, and then makes videos, I guess. I don't know. I literally, all I did was I searched up DIY display case, and this was like the first thing that popped up. And it's a pretty interesting video. It is a pretty interesting video. Let me... Boom. Wonder how the volume is on stream. Not coming through at all. Sick. Brave browser.
Thanks for tuning in. If you're new here, come on in.
There we go.
You can check out my other videos for posing hot toys, along with tips, tricks,
Thank you,
and
Beacon.
best
Very
practices
cool.
on how to display them using strings, wires, and other household items. But if you've been following my content for a while, you may notice something different about my display cabinets, and that these are not IKEA detolfs, which I've always used. And the reason for that is my partner and I moved to a new apartment.
And something that is really funny to me is he will say things about all these different furniture things that he uses for display cabinets and talk about the I guess figure community, and I'm just lost. I'm so lost in those.
Now, fellow collectors can probably relate, but previously we didn't have a lot of space living in a tiny apartment, so we had to be really selective about which figures to display versus keeping them boxed up in storage like the speeder bike.
To be honest, if I had gone the DIY route, I probably could have done this to begin with in my own room. Maybe? Possibly? I don't know.
Additionally, our detail shelves were starting to get a bit crowded, especially since I prefer posing our figures interacting in some way. And with the increasing amount of figure announcements and pre-orders that are still on the way, we decided it was time to start looking for a new home that could accommodate our needs, not only for our collection, but for our 2 cats as well. And as luck would have it, a new location that fit the bill presented itself, so we've been pretty busy setting up the new place over the past couple months. Now, for the longest time, I've been wanting to upgrade to module cases, which are often seen as the pinnacle of display cabinets throughout the community.
Which? That module case thing he's talking about? I looked into it, and that's what I was saying. It would have been like multiple thousands of dollars rather than maybe 150-ish. You know, for something that's like 6 feet wide.
However, I could never pull the trigger due to their high cost, long turnaround times, and inability to adjust the shelf height. Now, that isn't to say it's a bad thing, and I mean no disrespect. On the contrary, I've long since admired module cases and anyone who can afford them, and from what I've seen, collectors are
and anyone who can afford them, keyword.
Usually overjoyed with their purchase upon delivery, which is ultimately what matters most, right? But personally, I was looking for something a little more affordable.
That right there is what really, really, really got me to just kind of be like, whoa, I want to DIY this. Because look at this, chat. Like, that's so clean. I see what he did now? Yeah. Yeah. This is why I'm saying you could do this shit with probably 150 to 200, somewhere in that ballpark, rather than spending a couple grand on some like special thing. Like this is sick. And he has acrylic panels on everything, so no dust is getting through either. And with all the lights and everything, it's so nice. It's clean.
That also had the flexibility to adjust the shelves. And so for this video, I want to share my journey
Oh yeah,
building these
you could
custom
also,
cabinets at half the cost of several module cases for anyone out there who might be considering this option as well. But before I do, I want to give a huge shout out and thanks to Costa over at Pulp Culture Living Room for being the main inspiration for this passion project.
Those shelves are pretty cheap. Do check the reviews to make sure they're stable or hit the big hardware stores during a sale. Materials are probably different, so has my interest. It's I think for the most part, you could get those shelves for like you can get 2 of these shelves like he has for like $90 maybe, $80. Like on Amazon, not even fucking a hardware store. I was looking into those exact shelves for my place. I want a lot of these shelves. Like when I move. For not just the display case, but also for tools. For hardware. Like I want to put my computer on it. I want to put like my NAS on it. I want to put any potential future 3D printers on it. Ultrasonic cleaner, the soldering stuff, just on these shelves. Yeah, easy access, just next to me too. I'm also gonna get into the other thing I want to look up how to do. You use bolts to make a shelf like it's DIY server rack. That would be nice. But, like, I would totally have my computer and my NAS in a server rack if I didn't have this Synology NAS that's tiny as shit, and, well, my computer's the PIT PC, so, yeah.
Now, in case you weren't already aware, he has a multi-part tutorial on his channel that goes over in great detail how to convert a metal storage rack into a well-lit enclosed cabinet for collectibles of all sizes. He mentions all the materials, tools, and techniques that he used throughout the process, while also making it super fun, lighthearted, and best of all, encouraging to anyone.
There are a lot of tools that I do definitely need to buy. Like a staple gun. I don't have one. It'd be funny if you just stacked a bunch of fish tanks and put figures in there. That's expensive. Fish tanks are expensive.
Who may be apprehensive to
Totally
this
could,
kind of project,
but God,
so
those
I'll
are
link his
pricey.
channel down below. Now, if you can believe me when I say I had no prior experience with this kind of stuff other than assembling IKEA furniture. I never took woodshop classes nor learned upholstery as a kid, so I
Literally
watched
cheaper
and
to
studied
buy
Costa's
cases,
videos
yeah.
to learn how to help build my confidence. But once I was ready, I bought 2 storage racks in the
This guy, from the looks of this webpage, bought IKEA shelves. Like these IKEA racks. Don't. As you can see here, fucking $100 for one. When you could get a lot of these, you could get 2 of them for less price. 4,000 pound capacity, sure. Mine's a heavier version of that steel. A few tack welds and bolts, and then old tank glass and wood from some old, nice but broken furniture to hide the steel.
color, and dimensions that I wanted from Walmart, which appear to be sold out at the moment, but you can probably find similar ones from Home Depot, Lowe's, Amazon, or your local hardware store.
Yeah,
It's
don't
also worth mentioning
spend
that
that
the storage
much.
rack with 24-inch depth can fit a lot more figures and vehicles, but will naturally take up a lot more space, so I went with the 18-inch depth for a sleeker look.
Also, for me, what I'm going to be getting are ones that are 36 inches wide each by 16 for the depth, because funny thing, anime figures don't need that much depth at all. And then same thing, 6 feet tall. But if I have two of them, that gives me 6 feet wide, 6 feet tall, and then I can make each shelf however height I need. So, yeah.
Now, what's also cool about these racks is they have no screws. The metal frame has
Good
open
space,
slots
yeah.
and rivets
Lot of
that lock
space.
into place with a rubber mallet or a hammer and a towel, so I didn't even have to turn a single screw for this entire build. But once the frame was complete, I began outlining.
Can
how
add
things should
lights? Absolutely, I'm going to add lights. He actually shows how to do that in this video. Oh yeah. Other tool I'm gonna buy, a
on
jigsaw.
the front corners of each panel for the LED power cables to pass through. Now, when it comes to removing the corners, I tried using a razor blade at first, but I wasn't making any progress, so I watched a few videos on how to safely operate a jigsaw cutter, which honestly turned out to be a lot easier than I thought. They can be intimidating at first, especially if you're inexperienced like me, but I bought one for $30 that has just one setting, plug and go. So if you're out there telling yourself,
Yeah.
oh, that's something I could never do, a friendly reminder is that you'll never know what you're capable of until you
Yeah.
try. Next up was covering the shelves, and I personally opted for black microfiber.
What? Why are you guys... What? What's wrong with it? Scary jigsaw. I have a drill. That's about it for power tools. Particle board is cheap? Yeah. This is why I was like, what the fuck do you mean you spent $100 per shelf? What are you talking about? The wood is nicer? Well, wood doesn't matter for this at all. The particle board's fine. $100 and it's fucking particle board. He bought it from IKEA. That's why I was saying, like, just going for IKEA shit is more expensive.
Fiber bed sheets because they're really thin, lightweight, and look somewhat premium while still being really affordable. Now, there's really no right or wrong way here. For example,
you could just put this
Costa
cloth
chose
on
white
top
faux
of it.
leather, while I've seen others paint their shelves black or even replace them entirely with glass and acrylic shelves instead. And that's the beauty of custom builds, simply doing what works best for you. And so I just cut a queen-size bed sheet in half, then wrapped each shelf using 8mm staples.
This is another criticism I have for the way this guy did it, because personally, just because of how light works, I don't like this. He uses black for the shelves and the background. I don't like that. I want the light to, like, reflect off of everything in there to shine on the figures better. So, like, what I was gonna do was I was probably going to get white cloth instead of black for the shelves, and then have a light blue background, because I think that would look way
Now
better.
For the backsides, I bought two 4x8 white hardboards from Home Depot for $20 each, but if you don't care about the color, they do have slightly cheaper brown ones as well. However, I like the option of switching to the white backgrounds if need be. Also, the hardboards were 24 inches taller than the cabinets themselves, so I just removed the excess from the top with a jigsaw cutter. But if you do this, be sure to wear a thick mask even if you're outside to avoid inhaling any hazardous chemicals during the cutting process. Now, as for the acrylic panels,
Yeah, this guy does
I shopped
things
at
a
a small
little
local business
dumb.
that specializes in custom plastics because it was more precise and cheaper when sold as large panels. But if that's not an option for you, then you can also buy pre-cut acrylic sheets in various thickness and sizes, either online or the usual hardware stores. And similar to the shelves, I just cut another queen
I mean, you could always get some free wood driving around rich neighborhoods and find some furniture they threw out.
Size bed sheet in half,
I mean,
then
yeah,
arched the two
but
hardboards using duct tape rather than staples. That way I can easily remove
I would
the
kind of
black
rather
sheets
do
and convert
this.
the cabinets to white backgrounds in the future. Then I secured the hardboards to the back of the metal frame using black duct tape. Doing so adds the benefit of closing off any gaps between the frame, therefore dustproofing the backside as well. Next up was lighting. Now these do come in a variety of length, color, and packaging.
Don't let Home Depot cut it for you, just in case that crossed your mind. Yeah, I didn't really plan on that. This guy also, same thing here. He got expensive lights. Like, I know it's a pack of 8, but I feel like this is way more expensive than you need to. Like, I found way cheaper. I found like $30 for an 8-pack of this exact same thing. Hi, Ghost.
Yeah, I'll be there in 15 hours. We'll be done in an hour. Just
I
making
mean, I
this shit myself.
don't fucking need it yet.
Well, better than to not need it and having than having to not need it.
No, it's better to not have it right now so I don't have to move it.
Lazy ass.
You lazy ass. I just threw out a bunch of shit.
Should have donated it.
What, so the kids in Africa can fucking eat the, like, shitty, wobbly desk?
Oh, even like Goodwill or something.
I'm not taking a fucking, like, 63-inch desk to Goodwill.
Lazy ass. Oh man.
Also, I don't need the fucking things to be actual wood.
Yes, you do. Never settle for substandard materials.
It's being covered.
It's not the point. It's the principle.
Yes, it is.
And I just got an 8-pack of the 4-foot-long light bars in 6500
Look,
Kelvin.
if we're not using
They're described as
hardwood,
cool white
then it's not
online,
worth it.
but they're really more of a pure white color in person.
There's no point.
And as for the wiring,
We're gonna
I
get
followed
look.
Costa by
We'll get some
wrapping
nice
long white
redwood.
cables in
We'll,
black vinyl tape.
polish that up, and then put a nice coating over it, and then we'll go and we'll get some nice granite. We'll attach that.
It's for fucking anime
Get a little bit of
figures.
a
Cobb
gold inlay
LED
going
strips
in.
have way more LEDs and look nicer IMO. They're slightly more expensive.
Cobb?
I mean, I don't really. I don't need that. Like, this is fine. These light bars that he put in here, these are fine. Again, I found an 8-pack for $30. Like, I think there's no issue doing this.
Orders.
Like, this is no problem for me.
Camouflage and routed them along the metal frame. But
Yeah, like,
for
look at
the
that.
actual light bars themselves, I just used a few Velcro strips that I had laying around. And now that the cabinets were mostly built, I then moved on to the acrylic panels and drew 1.5-inch borders around the sides and bottoms using a dry erase marker and ruler, and 2-inch borders for the tops. Then came the really stressful part of adhering black vinyl tape, which definitely took a few tries to remove the air bubbles. Next, I applied 2 layers
The
of
tape
magnetic
is
tape
probably going to
around
be
edges for each
the
panel with small
most
cutouts
annoying
to
part.
avoid the rivets of the metal frame, but I didn't add any weather strips here because the magnetic tape already helps keep dust
Be
out.
interesting to have some nice wood in there.
Now, when removing the protective layer from the acrylic panels, the remaining residue and static electricity did attract a lot of dust and debris within minutes, so it really helps having Novus plastic cleaner. The kit that I bought came with 3 different bottles and a few polish cloths, and I just sprayed some of the cleaner onto the cloth and gently wiped away all the debris. All that
look at that
was
shelf.
display some figures and close up the cabinets. Now, I didn't bother cutting the acrylic panels into separate pieces for each shelf because doing so would have locked in the shelf height, which I actually changed 3 times throughout this build, and I'm
but to be honest, give you shit aside, Seki, do an easy build first, if new, and improve what you dislike. Yeah, like, this build seems super easy.
Never mind.
Like, this seemed really, really, really easy to do, you know?
I wasn't paying attention. Is he using glass or like acrylic?
Acrylic.
Acrylic. Okay.
Yeah, just big ass sheets of acrylic.
Okay. Why is he doing like the anime pose?
I might do so again in the future.
Because he was mid walking.
But there you have it.
So this shit right here, it's like the way he did it, it's modular, so you can adjust the shelf height to wherever you want. Which I think is cool. Like, you can have them not be the same, and you can have them on different layers. I have some figures that are, like, really tall, so they're gonna need more room than other figures that are, you know, way shorter. So, in general, like, this is something that would be nice to have in my room.
Question.
What?
2 fully custom display
Is
cabinets with a
the
very
LED
affordable
light
price
things that you
tag.
got, are those
And
like
for those wondering, I did
what do you call it? RGB? Like you can change the color of them
No,
to
they're
fit
just
like the style
just
of whatever's
light.
in the case?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't care for
That'd be
that.
pretty neat.
I just want white light.
Okay.
Here's his
make a
cost
spreadsheet of all the
breakdown.
materials to keep track of the cost.
Yeah, this guy
Oh,
spent way too much on this project. Like, I found everything for significantly less. He spent $750. Way too much. RGB would give it higher FPS. I don't think my figures need FPS. DIY display case. I do like that plastic cleaner thing that he was using.
Also, just to clarify, when I said RGB, I didn't mean like the constant flashing different colors. I just meant like if you had like
Red,
figures
green,
that were
blue, yeah.
like yeah, just like you would have like a one that'd be kind of a light blue or something in one part of the case, and red in another, things like that. Give it kind of a nice little effect.
Yeah,
Lighting effect when you have figures in there.
I don't need that.
Yeah.
Like, I want a
Hello.
case just to show off the figures, and it really, really does not need to be fancy. Like, I am perfectly fine with just simple. But also, again, you can really see it here in this image. The light is being diffused like crazy because he used black. Like, this is what I meant by using black is not a good idea for something like this. If he used lighter colors, the light would be bouncing off of it, and it would be giving it like a way, way, way better look, like the figures inside of it, rather than this like very clear dark shadows everywhere.
And for those wondering, I did make a spreadsheet of all the materials to keep track of the cost, which was significantly cheaper than Magicase and had a much faster turnaround time. Now,
I can see why he picked black. He's a Cape fan.
Since it all comes down to personal preference. But if you're undecided like I was, then hopefully this helps you with your purchasing decision.
God.
Oh, the black was bed sheets. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was using like construction paper or something.
God, spending $200 on those shelves. My God.
One way or the other. And lastly, we do still have our detofs, but they're in another room and still need to be...
Oh, dude, these must be fucking expensive as shit.
filled up with our Marvel
They're just
figures, so I
boxes,
may
or
share an
what
update
is
for them
that?
later this year.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it for this video. Now, again, I can't thank you all enough for your patience and support, especially since I mentioned the idea of hosting live streams in my previous video. Moving and setting up a new place has been no easy task, but I'm excited to have an actual desk and workstation now, so stay tuned for live streams in the near future. Now, if you enjoyed this video or found it helpful, feel free to give it a thumbs up. I'll try to answer any questions in the comments, but be sure to check out Costa's channel too, since he was way more thorough with his build. But as always, thanks so much for watching. Until next time, stay safe, take care, and we'll see you in the next video.
Oh yeah, probably a lint roller. That'd be a good idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. So basically, yeah, chat. This is something that I will probably do for a project. Like, this was a going to do one more than trying to get ideas. Because I think that this is a great idea.
Is it going to be a hand cam build?
No. It's way too large to do something like that.
Give the people what they want, Seki.
First thing we need you to do after the move, though, cooking stream. First thing I need to do after the move is get a desk. I need a desk. Which is something I was looking up. I was looking for a DIY standing desk. Are you not bringing your desk? I threw out my desk. The desk that I'm currently using is my old desk, which is really, really small. Like, with all of my normal equipment, this desk is way too small. It barely fits the laptop setup.
Oh, damn.
Like, it fits my laptop and these 15.6-inch screens on the side. My main setup has a 34-inch monitor in the middle, and then it has two 27-inch monitors on the side. Why did you throw out your big desk? Because it is extremely unstable and was pinned to the wall by other furniture. So I was just kind of like, man, there is no point in taking this when I move. Might as well just get a new one. One that didn't suck. Especially because I'm going to have to be putting all of my monitors on a new desk, rather than just my side ones. Because my monitors, like the one that was in the middle and the top one, were bolted to the wall. I was explicitly told to not do that. So, I need, like, a good, sturdy desk. So, yeah. That'll be good. Hopefully. I mean, this is also why I was looking at DIY stuff, because I'm wondering if I could make a good DIY standing desk. It's kinda hard to find one. You might be able to find bar height chairs that work good with standing desks. Really? Huh. like I look up DIY standing desk on YouTube, and I don't know. These videos are kinda odd. I wonder, can I have an online drawing website? Sketchpad. Sure. Okay, chat. Make it white. Alright, cool. Pencil? Nah, we're gonna get a
Ooh,
pen?
fancy.
Okay. Alright, chat. So, basically, let's say that we have room. Why does it? What the? Okay, maybe not pen. We'll just use a paintbrush. That is really big. No blur. There, okay. So let's say we have room, right? We have room here. There's... Okay, maybe more square. We have room here! So we will put like door here or something, alright? This is right here. Door. Okay. Back over here, this is probably where I want to have the shelves. Oh. Oh. Ghost head is blocking shelf. So essentially, what I want to do is probably in this corner, I'd say. I want to have a corner standing desk where it basically is like this. And then a shelf here that has my computer with a bunch of wires coming off of it. So then I'll have like my monitors like here, and then over here on this side. Wait, no, I did this the opposite way. Oops. Hold on. Short side on this side, and then long side on that side. Then the shelf over here have monitors like there. You know, and then keyboard is just chair, yeah, whatever. And then PC would be on this shelf along with all the other tools and stuff. And then over here, I wanted to make like dedicated hand cam area. I want to have some kind of either shelf or bar or something to be able to hold a camera, or in this case, my old phone, because Droid Cam. But just have it be above it, pointing right down, with some kind of light also pointed straight down. That is the kind of desk I want to try to go for. None of these DIY video tutorials have anything remotely close for that. And the reason I want a standing desk is because I sit too much. Like, way too much. Way too much. What?
So, a couple things. One, where are you gonna be putting the mini fridge and water cooler?
Probably somewhere.
Because I mean, I have a water cooler in my room that I hold on.
I
I have
don't.
a water cooler in my room that I haven't used in a couple of years, and you're more than welcome to it.
Well, I was gonna say I don't think I need a water cooler, but definitely a mini fridge. Where the outlet's gonna be, I don't know. This room layout is completely dependent on that. Because I don't know, because I don't have a idea of where I am going to move still.
This is also assuming the room's gonna be big enough for all of this.
Yeah.
Just gotta believe. The other thing is, I'm a watch on my phone because the gym kicked my butt. I'm going to the gym to lose weight, yay! And yeah, I'm falling asleep. I'm sure. I will be in chat. Y'all have fun.
He walked to the gym, opened the door, got a cup of water, then walked out. That was his workout.
I hate you. Asshole. Ghost, you're fat. Okay, I'm gonna go to the gym and lose weight. I'm gonna better myself. You lazy fuck, you didn't even do anything. What the fuck, man? Can't win. Only option is suicide. Alright, night chat, night Seki, night bug.
Back. I would definitely like to get a mini fridge. Just to have for drinks and possibly frozen food. Mini fridges have at least gotten cheaper over the years. Luckily, instead of more expensive like everything else. But yeah, chat, this layout is kind of what I'm thinking. Next to like this down here, this will probably just be exclusively tool stuff. You don't worry about electricity costs. Well, hopefully, hopefully, where I move, the electric will be way cheaper, and or we just have solar. That would be nice. Where is dungeon for Twitchy? I mean, I don't need a dungeon for you. You could just sleep on the bed. You have solar? I don't know. None of this is for where I'm currently at. All of this is planning for future stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, a lot of this, to be honest, is just kind of wishful thinking that I'll be able to do this stuff. And I'm gonna be real. I'll be 100% honest with you. If after all the moving shit, I get stuck with a room that is like similar size to this current one, maybe probably would just try to get a place with Twitchy. Because that would be fucking ridiculous. Making me deal with all that shit just to get stuck with the same place. You didn't get a look at the new house? There is no new house. Like, I don't know. I don't know where we're going. I keep saying this. There's still just winging it. I hate it. But that's what's happening. I don't know what's happening. And that's been probably one of the biggest causes of stress, is just being completely just not knowing and having everything just be flipped on its head because others decided for me, you know? Like, from an outside perspective, I don't think there's an understanding on parents' end. That's just like, hey, from my perspective, this is literally just, we're moving, don't know where we're gonna be, but we're moving, pack up all these things, still don't know what's gonna happen, but we're moving, oh, now we're renovating, and then we're gonna sell the place, and we still don't know where we're gonna be, hey, yeah, here's more uncertainty, no timeline given at all for anything, haha. It's ass. It's straight ass. That your parents already bought or started renting a new place, but your parents don't know where they're going either? No. No, there's been none of that. There has only been throwing stuff away and packing things up. Well, I continuously look at listings. Not so much as plans as vague notions of what they want to do. It's like a mix, you know? It's a mix of here's the plan, but also here's no timeline. So that's why everything's just kind of been stupid and sporadic and all over the place. It's dog shit. But, you know, I don't have a say in anything. Because who cares? Like, why care about my opinion? Why care about how much this fucks with me?
Seki!
Thank you for the member, Daniel. I'm just... We're chat, we're back to pre-donathon in terms of like opinions and stuff. We're back there. None of what I want matters because nothing that I do to my parents, they don't think it's important at all. Hell, most of the places that we've looked at for moving, they don't even have good internet. But why does that matter? The house is nicer, so who cares, right? Who cares about internet? Yeah, don't worry. They'll be using all of the bandwidth for the shoddy internet, and then I'll be left doing fuck all and hating life. They say that till they try to watch TV online. Yeah, that's my problem. That's what I keep arguing about. It literally is just like my issues. It's like they're just ignored. Are they wanting to get a house in a more rural area? What the fuck? The wants to me are like way too unreasonable. In my opinion, the wants are like they're to the point of me just being like, if you want these things, you literally might as well build from the ground up. You know? And of course, too, wanting to do all this stuff over summer, the worst fucking season. Yeah, let's do this. Well, it's super hot as fuck, so everyone's just dying because of the heat. That's a great idea. Smart. Very smart. It's just layers and layers and layers of stupid. And of course, everything, you know. Seki! Thank you for the member, another member, Daniel. Surprised they didn't decide to move when it was cheaper. Another issue that I have is just this unwanting to get rid of shit. Because of this really, really, really bad mentality of, oh, I spent money on this, so I don't want to throw it away. Even if it's like junk or things that are never used. Because we all know that it's not going to be sold. You know, they're not going to list it. So, if you're not going to sell it, then you should just get rid of it, right? Doesn't that make sense?
Oh.
But no. Hi.
Ducky. When are you gonna have a garage with a whole suite of Harbor Freight tools so you can work on anything?
That'd be in my room because I don't trust other people using my shit.
It'll be just our garage. You and me.
Hmm.
Will you get mad at me if I lose the 10mm socket?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I gotta
Because
have
that's used for
spares.
like most cars.
Yeah. Alright. Would you get mad if we had our workshop garage, right? And I brought home a tractor one?
Yes.
Well, it's yard art. Aren't you used to the South where they just got tractors just in their yard that have been abandoned and don't do anything? It's yard art. You never seen that before?
Everywhere in Texas. Farmer Arc, no. Got a whole box of 10mm sockets and spread them all over the garage. To be honest, I think genuinely what I need most, like right now, is just a break. Like not, and I don't mean from streaming. I just mean like just going somewhere. Not dealing with all of the stupid shit and just relaxing. You know?
Well, how much effort are your parents putting into that? Into packing? And stuff, cleaning up. If they're not putting in much effort, then you shouldn't put in much effort either.
No, all the effort's done last minute. Like the beach. Now, realistically, like, God, I wish everything wasn't so expensive.
Yeah.
National park visit would be nice. I mean something like just visiting Twitchy again for like a week maybe. Decompress, de-stress. But everything costs a lot. So, plus it's summer, so it's even more expensive. Plane tickets are pricey as fuck right now, yeah. Everything is pricey as fuck. You have all the BS economy stuff combined with summer. So you just have prices being high as shit in every regard. So
School's out forever.
it just sucks.
Oh, Crucix.
Brain damaged.
Oh. Thank you for the super AM. Teens everywhere being lame. I mean, I don't really think I would have that while visiting Twitchy.
We should totally get sushi over here again.
Oh my
That's
god,
a good
no.
idea, right?
No. Please, no.
What do you mean? It was so good. It was so yummy.
Royal
Don't you
sharks
love
are the
cream
main
cheese?
thing hooking up the air industry right now, I think. Alright. Let me ballpark get a number here. Let's say, for example, I were to go to you. Oh god.
Uh-huh.
Let's say July, mid-July, so after 4th of July, right?
Mhm.
So I go to you mid-July. Okay. Search flight.
Are there any major holidays coming up? Major holidays.
4th of July.
Is this an open VC? Hello.
No.
Oh god.
Hi.
I.
Hit me.
Oh, Independence Day. Oh, but then Labor Day all the way in September. I see. Well, the reason why I ask is because, unironically, we should avoid holidays if we want time off, because that's
You
when
really
all
should.
the other. That's when all the other security guards at my work try to request time off, and then it turns into the Wild West, and then there's no one here to work, and then I get called in. That's what happens. It's amazing how nature does that, isn't it? So
Yeah, we're
Is it
looking at over $500 just for a plane ticket.
Jesus.
Not including any hotels, any travel costs, for food, etc. Yeah, it would, the entire thing for just like a week stay over the summer would be like $2,000. Probably.
Then
Hell no,
what
fuck
class
that,
is
yeah.
that?
Economy. Just basic ass
Yeah.
economy.
Yeah.
So you want to do something in August, September, in the fall?
That'd probably be way better.
Yeah,
It-
it'd be cooler.
It would be way better to do something around that time. One, it would be way cooler. Two, kids would just be going in school, so travel costs on everything should be like significantly down.
Mhm.
And it's kind of out of the way of any holiday stuff happening. Like, nobody goes on a trip for something like Halloween, you know, if it was October.
I like Halloween.
Yeah, but nobody goes somewhere for Halloween.
Yeah.
They might go to a bar because they have some crazy bar parties.
TLDR chat. Life's annoying. Also, there's a thermometer. Ah, that's why it's so hot in my room. It's 82.
Chat. You should make a tradition of traveling on Halloween.
Oh, man. Let's react Slop to more DIY furniture.
Do it yourself furniture. Oh boy, I've seen some of that.
Yeah, we watched a video that I've already watched.
Video? I see.
It's just for a DIY display case, which I want to make when I move. Whenever that is.
My favorite DIY furniture is a table that's one of those giant, like, metal cable spools. Just being used as a table.
DIY workbenches look pretty cool. I think the desk I want to do is probably going to be a mix of a workbench and a desk.
Seki, should I save up a bunch of money and then we go to, let me DM you.
I feel like probably within the next couple of months is when moving would happen. Probably.
There's an animal in trouble. There's an animal in trouble.
Have you seen furniture that's literally just like entire parts of trees carved and whittled down into different shapes? Like chairs. Yeah, there's a like literally like a tree stump that's been cut into a chair.
Let's say DIY workbenches instead of DIY standing desks, because these videos, honestly, that I see here are kind of ass.
Damn.
And for some reason are all made by people that look... They look like they vote for laws to quote-unquote protect children and then end up molesting them. I think that's a pretty apt description.
I can already imagine it in my head what these people look like.
Ah, DIY workbenches. See, these guys look like they own a shop. Let's watch this video. That's a statement? I mean...
He's not wrong.
Let's see if we can build a simple heavy-duty workbench without a kit for about $100. Let's go.
$100 bucks?
2x4s are usually inexpensive and you can find them just about everywhere, so we're going to base the frame off of them. I drew up a quick
Seki.
sketch to get an idea of what we're going for.
Guess what I can't hear?
The video?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I want this to have 3 separate levels or 3 shelves, with the top one being the actual
There it
bench.
is.
Then have a little rise going up in the back so that I can have something like pegboard or something to it I can hang things from and attach it. This right here has a bunch of possible upgrades we can do in the future.
In the most, like respectful way of saying this, I feel like most white dudes who own a shop look the same.
A little
Slightly,
bit, yeah.
like they have a mix of a normal color and gray beard / hair. Always have that fucking hat on every time.
That shirt.
That shirt as well.
Yeah, that shirt. I can say this because my father wears almost exactly that same kind of shirt. Guess what he has?
I mean, it's probably just a shop shirt.
Yeah. I remember one year I actually bought my father a copy of the military woodworking manual.
I'm taking psychic damage stuff. It doesn't just apply to like normal shops. I feel like it also applies to like car mechanics.
Yeah.
Like it's always the same like look, basic looks. You know, the baseline, that's the word. It's always the same baseline looks. Like, almost always the same haircut, almost always the same beard. Basically always wearing that shirt.
Male pattern
And I'll show you that more
baldness
later.
is
Our first
normal.
cuts are going to be the back
Yeah,
legs. They
that's
are
why the way the
longest
hat-
boards, and you want to make sure they're the
Yeah.
straightest and best quality out of all of them. Otherwise, everything else could be a little bit out of whack. Let me give you a word of warning, though. When you're shopping for your 2x4s, the quality of wood has went way down over the last couple years. So make sure you look for the ones with the least amount of knots, and especially the ones that are not warped. Otherwise, your final product, well, it's just not going to look that good. I'm going to use a miter saw to make most of these cuts, but you can use a circular saw if that's all you have.
Looking
Going
at
on these
everything he
legs,
has
if
in
you
his
cut that,
background, too.
Yeah. This guy is like pretty fast, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he is talking pretty fast, which, honestly, probably is a good thing.
Yeah.
Speed.
Like, a lot of people are doing, like, shop stuff are not going to want somebody to be waffling. They just want the goddamn information.
Yeah.
Hey, other tutorial
inches.
channels.
And with the
Ow.
remaining wood, I'm going to use those to cut out the front legs, which will be 36 inches. Chances are, after each cut, you're probably going to have to touch up the interior boards with some sandpaper, because there's a bunch of splinters. Next up, we want to cut out the frame for
Damn.
the shelving that goes all
It's
the way
just
around.
quick,
We're gonna use
rapid
6
fire
pieces at
every
45
fucking
inches
step.
And 6 at 24.
Yeah.
Now, normally I
Well,
don't
there's
like
all the
cutting
wood.
out all the wood before I do a project, but I figured on this one it'd probably be the easiest for you. Now, also cut out some additional pieces. These are 18 inches long. These will actually go up under the shelves to give some additional support. I also need the board that goes across the top of the back 2 legs. That'll be at 45 inches. Now, I know that's a lot of numbers to remember, so I created a cut list. Let me show you. These are
He
the
has,
back
like,
legs.
some hanger for all his drills in the background there.
Yeah, that would be sick. I want just a
Yeah.
giant pegboard wall to just hang every tool off of.
Yeah. Those two walls look really good whenever they're nice and organized with all the stuff up there.
It'll be so funny because mine will be the most random assortment of tools, and then to the right of it will just be like controllers.
I want to see one of these tutorial videos where there's just like a Pippa merch item hidden somewhere.
God.
That would be so funny.
Alternate timeline me would do that.
Front legs. Here are the 645 inchers. Here are the 624 inchers. Here's the 18 that I just cut out, and the 45 for the top. And if you use this setup, you should be able to make this
presentation
with
is
only 8 2x4s.
really
For
good,
assembly,
too.
we're going to start with these shelves first. And just remember, you're only going to have one real side that'll be seen. So if you have anything like a lot of ink or a lot of imperfections in your wood, just place those toward the inside or toward the back, and you'll never see it. Next up, we need a nice flat surface.
He's so fucking real for that. Oh, if your wood looks like dog shit, just point it the other way. You're not gonna see it.
To assemble this on. My workbench is flat, but if you don't have a workbench already, you might want to consider a floor. And if you are going to use a floor, make sure you find the flattest spot, because a lot of floors are really
A lot of floors are really uneven. I can attest to that. Chat, if you put a battery in the middle of my floor, it will start rolling.
Never underestimate the actual usefulness of a level.
My room is not level at all. Not even remotely.
Sagging.
No, my entire room is just tilted.
It can be interesting how hard it is to tell that something's not fully level until you just like take one of those levels and put it down and see it.
Oh yeah.
And then you always notice it.
So here's something that's like hilarious to me. The reason I was able to tell so easily that my room was not level was I got a level, put something up on the wall, then stepped back, looked at my furniture, and went, huh, that looks off.
Yeah.
The thing on the wall is perfectly level. The thing on the floor isn't.
What a great comment in chat.
Wow, even as the room isn't straight. You know, maybe if I was to edit, that comment would work. To be fair, there's some warping and settling after house is built, but a lot of that can be mitigated by skilled carpenters. Sadly, they're literally dying out.
I still think it's one of the funniest things how fucking awful some carpenters are.
I think this is the original floor. This house is old. Like, old.
I wonder how much would be the carpenter then, and how much there's a chance that the ground itself has just, like, moved.
That's... Yeah, maybe?
That has 100% happened here with some of the places where you can see little cracks in the wall from how much the ground itself has moved.
Man.
I'm now going to place the 24-inch long board on the outside of our 45, or our front and our back, because we're actually going to inset these one thickness of a board. Therefore, the legs that we're going to install in a little bit
some
will actually
Amish
be running on the
furniture? That's an
outside
odd
of our
one.
45-inch. Using a corner square or a straight edge will definitely help you line this up, because you want this to be pretty close. And a clamp might be helpful.
Damn. He's got the 3D printed fucking corner.
Pull all
Hell
these
yeah.
two together. Because I'm going to use a couple 2.5-inch long screws to connect this frame together, but not the spacer. I also like to pre-drill these holes to prevent cracking, but it's not required. Then just repeat that process on the other 3 corners. Next up, we're going to use one of the 18-inch
What a good
boards, and we want to
technique to
put
have
it in the
there.
center of the shelf.
Yeah.
Make sure you line everything up. Then we're going to put a couple screws in each side. Then we need to repeat that process 2 more
This
times.
is cool.
Once you've completed all 3, you want to take each one, flip it upside down so that the top is facing down on your flat surface, and then test the corners. You want to see if there's any warping or rocking going on. Then take the flattest one, and that'll be the top of your workbench. Now, if by chance you do have some warping and some rocking in the other 2, that's okay. Those shelves, they don't have to be perfect, but you want your workbench to be as flat as possible. Now that we know which one of our frames is going to be the top section,
As
we
the
again
full
want to
first
take it
aid
and place
kit,
it
good.
top facing down, and we're going to install the legs. We're now going to install
that'd
our
be
front
nice.
legs, so line
If you're
everything
doing
up
woodworking,
in
we
that
gotta talk
corner
about wood
that-
finishes.
Oh no.
I'm unironically have experience with wood and finishing them because of gunsmithing. Because of the gunsmithing projects I've done.
There's a...
Now, what color of brown do you make the wood, though?
as light as possible.
As light as possible. Okay. Then use no stain and just go straight for the... I like shellac, but some people really like polyurethane finishes.
Enamel it.
Right? Yeah, you can use you can just use shellac over the bare wood. That's fine. But it'll have uneven parts. What you want to do, more than anything, is you want to sand the surface of the wood, and then you get like this, you leave the sawdust on there, or you gather it all, mix that with your shellac, and then run that into the grain, into the gaps of your wood. That way it'll be smooth to the touch, and it won't have anything like that.
I have a horrible statement to make.
Mm,
Just dip it all in resin.
do it.
Real.
Real.
Yeah. Don't need to finish the wood if it's just dipped in resin.
Yeah.
What is the
before,
do you know what wood
and now
bleach
we're going
is?
to clamp it together
There's
so
like
it
a
doesn't
special
move.
bleach for
I'm
wood.
now going to add
So you
2
got, like, a
screws going
stain on
in
that corner
this
there.
side
You could use, like,
and
wood
2
bleach
on
on
this
that one.
side, and that should lock
It would
that
help
leg
keep it
in
lighter.
super
You can
strong.
use wood bleach all over wood and make it all
And
lighter
if this
as
is done
well.
right, it should be pretty
But you
close
shouldn't
to
use it too
square.
much, 'cause it's
With the
hard
front
to
legs
avoid.
now installed, I'm going to flip this entire piece onto its side. Now I can take the back legs and I can balance them right up here on this frame and clamp them down. And that way they don't interfere with the floor, or in my case, the ceiling. Now before I secure these back legs in place, I need to remeasure the
Shellac
front
is
legs.
glorious. Yeah, it
Which in my
is. I
case is
love it.
32.5 inches. So I need to make sure that these back legs are also extending out 32.5. At this point, it's a good idea to take those shells and just kind of temporarily put them in place. We just want to make sure everything is going to fit together and not be too much of a bind. So far, so good. Now that I know the shelves fit in there well, I want to make sure that there's at least 4 inches from the bottom shelf to the floor. That way our feet can slide under there and we're not constantly kicking it. Then I want to measure out the distance.
This guy
Can't
pointing
take
out
any
like
more.
this guy pointing out all the like make sure of this, make sure of this, make sure of this. That's the kind of stuff that like fucks people over if they don't do, because it's always something half the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so important to actually do that. And it's good that he's actually saying all of it, but also keeping a pretty like decent pace and understandability.
Specific Love Creations is this dude's channel. Should look at more of his stuff.
Between the bottom shelf and the bottom of the top workbench. That way we can get this middle shelf about even. But don't forget, we also have some plywood
Does it need to be even?
top, so make sure you add that in as well.
Probably.
Now that I have everything measured out, I've clamped it in place to keep it from moving, and I'm going to add screws just like I did on the top shelf. Now let's see if we can flip this thing over.
Even
to the other side.
distribution is usually something you want to do to prevent stuff from getting warped in specific ways, if I remember right.
Definitely easier said than done. Okay, got it. Once I got all the shelves secured, I flipped it onto the floor so I can have a little bit more room, and we're gonna do the rest of the assembly right here. Next up is adding the tops to our workbench and our shelves, but it really depends on what you're gonna use this workbench for. If you're planning on doing a bunch of building construction where you're hamming
Laser resistant for Harbor Freight clamps. Damn.
and drilling and potentially having really heavy
Harbor Freight
tools
got
sitting on top of
everything.
the workbench, then I'd suggest getting something that's about 3/4 inches thick. It doesn't have to be as fancy as this nice hardwood
Did you know if you
plywood
ever want a
behind me.
3D printed
Just a
gun, you should
basic
go to Harbor Freight and buy a Ender 3 with cash.
Wow.
Damn,
Also,
that's crazy. Also,
If you
I
order
don't
one
want
off of Amazon.
I
you
don't
order
want
off
an Ender
Amazon.
3.
Homeland Security records every single 3D printer purchase that's done digitally. That's why you gotta buy it with cash in person.
Or hear me out. I just not care about that.
I'm still thinking about the laser resistant clamps and how insane of a statement that is, that's a real thing.
See, what I could just do is I could just get some Prusas and not
Prusa would be
care
nice.
about it being tracked or not because I'm not doing anything crazy with them.
Harbor Freight has nice anvils. Good to know.
I have never been to a Harbor Freight.
For all your Wile E.
And if
Coyote
you plan on
needs.
using this for maybe something like a craft room where you're not going to put super heavy tools on it, I'd probably even suggest some 1/2 inch plywood because this frame is already pretty rigid. Just for the heck of it, I looked up the price difference between the 3/4 and 1/2 inch, and it is about an $8 difference for the big 4x8 sheet. So it's totally up to you on which one you want. When I went out to my storage building to grab that pine plywood, I realized, oh no, I'm already out. Apparently, I used it all up in the last 2 workbench builds that I did. If you'd like to see those, I'll put a link to those in the description and at the end of the video, so make sure you check those out. So, to keep me from having to go to the store, I'm going to use what I already have on hand, which is a hardwood plywood, which is definitely overkill for this build, but it is what I have. For the top of our workbench, we're going to stick with the 2 foot by 4 foot, which is a standard size that a lot of workbenches are made out of. But for the lower shelves, I'm actually going to make them a little bit narrower. Instead of having our plywood come out to the end of our leg here, I'm actually going to inset it about 1.5 inches so it's even.
What does that smell? Burning? I mean, like, kind of, but not. It's like oil.
Oil?
Or gas.
Like, what kind of oil or gas? Like,
I don't know, I'm
gas?
just lost. Yeah, like fucking car fuel.
Huh.
I want to check the stove. Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that might be something to do real quickly.
See, that it just doesn't really make sense because my room is like closed off from the house.
Huh.
Like there's no seepage of anything on my door because I designed it that way. For sound.
Interesting. Hmm. Make sure someone's not just like kerosening your house or some shit.
Should I take a class on welding?
I
I think it might be outside.
someone on a road somewhere, just like with a fucked vehicle that's leaking, maybe?
I don't know. Weird.
With our frame, and that'll give us just a little bit more room when our leg and knee is moving around. We're not constantly bumping it. Once we have the plywood cut the size,
That's
we
actually
need
a
to
good
notch out the
point.
back for the legs. And there's actually a couple ways to do this. If you want to be fancy, you can cut out a full notch that wraps around the plywood and it'll look pretty good. But to keep it simple, you can just make 2 cuts and then I'll allow you to wedge it in place.
I love that he's using paper towel.
Yeah. Best measuring tool,
Perfect.
paper towel.
Oh yeah. I have to admit I'm a little excited that these went in on the very first try. Usually when you're working with like a 2x4 frame, something's a little twisted and you kind of have to refine your cuts, but first try, that's awesome. I hope this happens when you build yours. When it comes to opening these tops down, the 2 lower shelves I wouldn't be overly concerned with because they might shift around just a little bit, but they shouldn't come out. They're kind of sandwiched in between the 2x4s, but you could always put a screw on each end just to make sure they don't move. As for the top, I would highly recommend putting at least 6 to 8 screws around it just to make sure it doesn't move because you're going to be using this a lot. And I'd highly recommend pre-drilling your holes so it's less likely you'll crack your plywood. And the last piece of wood we need to install will connect these 2 back legs together.
I don't have drill
This
bits.
would probably look the best if I installed it about like so. So that way it'd be flush on the sides and on the back. But I have some plans for some upgrades in the future. So I'm actually going to install it this way with the overhang protruding toward the front. And to finish off the back of this workbench, we're going to install some pegboard. This is just a 2x4 sheet that you can purchase at most hardware stores, but it is just a slightly long for the back of this setup. This is only 45 inches wide and this is 48, so I trimmed it down to about 44.5, and that way it'll sit just behind the back of this frame and look nice. And to install this in
Have
place,
you ever
just need
seen
some basic flathead
pegboard
screws.
used anywhere other than a
Now,
shop?
let's see how sturdy this.
Some people have it at their setups.
Yeah, I
They-
can see why you'd have it near a computer, yeah.
They usually have like unironically they have like controller walls and keyboard walls and headphone holders and stuff like that.
Yeah, that does make sense. I wonder if there's not thinking what is like some other situations you can like have pegboard for. And it just gets funnier the more I consider.
I need to 3D print a pegboard attachment that just lets me put a bowl of peanuts on it.
That
Not to eat,
yeah.
but to throw at Twitchy if she breaks into my room and tries to interrupt stream.
Peanuts to make me sick?
It's Twitchy repellent.
Oh.
Stay back, bug! Do not interrupt stream! And just chucking cashews at her.
I can have cashews.
Oh, almonds?
Almonds are okay.
Okay, just normal
They're a
peanuts then.
little. Almonds, I have the kind of allergy to them that makes them spicy when they're not. Is that weird?
Huh.
Like they have a little zing to them. They have a little zing to them when I eat them.
Sinsoka, that's an amazing idea.
Laser grave the word D's on a metal bowl for those peanuts. You know, I would say yes, but the D's Peanuts brand might get angry.
Jesus.
What a fucking bunch of cucks. Holy shit.
I
Man.
remember when a VTuber got in trouble for a D's nuts jokes.
When she comes in the room, just be staring at her while pointing to the bowl.
Somebody please draw that. Aeon, do you not know?
Yeah, this happened once upon a time, a long, long, long time ago in Nijisanji.
Yeah, legitimately, Aeon. They claimed that a D's nuts joke was lying about a product placement.
Yeah, because she was making the jokes of, oh, sponsored by D's Nuts.
Yeah.
And there was an actual company with that name, which is stupid.
Yeah.
Remember, you can't say sponsored by 6-7 either, because there are now chicken nuggets.
Oh my fucking god.
This thing is. Oh, yeah. That's not moving at all.
Damn.
What an amazing
Awesome.
way
Basic
to
workbench
prove
is
how
now
well that
complete.
is.
But how much did it
Wow, that is infinitely more stable. I think...
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Aristides can attest, because I showed him my old desk, and the reason I got rid of it, how
Oh boy.
much it wobbled. It probably had a good 5 inches of movement.
Christ, man.
It was a cheap piece of shit.
Sounds like a health hazard to me.
It would have been a hazard if I didn't have it pinned to the wall and barely had anything on it.
Into the wall. It's great.
This desk that I'm using right here had it wedged like to the wall.
Amazing.
This one's stable. This is the one where I think I can find a use for it. The smaller one, because it is very stable. Like, these legs are like they're on, and it has a metal frame that you can it's sturdy. It doesn't shake.
Chat, does your desk have the Michael Jackson lean? Suddenly want to rename my company to your mom. Amazing idea, Sensoka.
And just start copyright claiming people. My chair does. See, I have a fantastic idea, right? I could get a new chair, and then move in with Twitchy, and Twitchy can have this chair.
Yeah.
What it cost? Let's find out. Now let's break these costs down for you. The plywood, a 3/4 inch 4x8
What
sheet
if I
of
went back
pine
to school?
plywood should cost about $50. Again,
And
I
learn
use some
something cool.
Well, I will immediately make it not sound great. Money.
Yeah. I wish I
Yeah.
didn't have college debt.
Yeah.
Oh, it's simple. Just drive the college you're indebted to into bankruptcy. I have not done that, by the way. The place that I went to went bankrupt of their own accord. That had nothing to do with me, and it's convenient timing.
Speaking of convenient timing, man, COVID was convenient timing.
I have to use the bathroom. My bad.
Okay.
something different because I just wanted to use what I already have on hand, but the sturdiness shouldn't be any different. Now I needed 8 2x4s, which cost about $28. I needed this pegboard, which cost about $13. I needed a box full of 2.5-inch long screws, which cost about $11, and just a small baggie full of small screws to attach the pegboard.
With blue-collar worker guys having hairy arms too, like that.
Now our original plan was to build this workbench for $100, and it made it to $104. So it did go over just slightly, but overall I'm super excited because it's still a really nice workbench. Now, I plan on doing...
Yeah, that is a really nice workbench. That is a sturdy boy.
Oh, yeah. Don't collection companies typically buy up your debt if that happens? You would think. You would think.
It would be so wild if the banks burned down.
It just so happened that the collection agency also suddenly went under for unknown mysterious reasons.
A bunch
Remember,
of
I didn't do it.
Workbench in our next video, so make sure you keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, you might want to check out these other workbenches.
Strong tie workbench kit? What's this? Oh god, my ears. Not even talking.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about trying a workbench kit that allows you to put one together real quick and real easy?
Amazing.
I definitely have, but are they useful and do they last? I don't know. Let's find out. So I purchased a Simpson Strong Tie kit off of Amazon for about $40. Let's check it out. It comes with 8 of these corner-looking brackets and a pack of these 1 1/4-inch screws. Now these brackets look very similar to Simpson's other brackets they sell for decks and other building structures, so hopefully these will be good quality. The one thing I did notice very quickly is the lack of instructions in this kit. If you've built some stuff in the past, you might not need those because there are some simple pictures on the side of the box along with the wood sizes. But if you're new to making stuff, I did find a QR code on the side of the box that allowed me to go and print off some instructions from their website. Another neat thing about
genuine
this kit
complaint.
is it's only supposed to require a minimal amount of
things
tools.
Not including actual instructions. Can we stop just having fucking QR codes? Actually include instructions. It's just genuine laziness, especially if it's a fucking piece of like a workshop items like a hardware kit. Of all the things to not include, an actual goddamn like an instruction thing for it.
I mean,
like, sure, you should be smart enough to be able to figure that out if you're building something. But we live in a world where people ate Tide Pods.
We also live in a world where everything has to be explained.
Yeah. I miss video game booklets, same.
Which it says here in a box, only 5 tools: a pencil, a measuring tape, a clamp, a drill, and a circular saw. But, as I was looking at the instructions really quickly, I noticed right over here, it has a 6th one, a framing square. So I definitely recommend getting that, or maybe just a speed square. One of the two that'll help you use the circular saw cut some nice perpendicular lines across those 2x4s. Now that we have the brackets into screws, what else do we need for this setup? Well, according to the instructions and the side of the box, we need 6 2x4s, 2 pieces of plywood that are 2 foot by 4 foot, preferably probably 5/8 inch or 3/4 inch thick, and a 2 foot by 4 foot piece of pegboard. And just as I was about to start, I realized there's another issue. There's something else that's not listed on the box.
His shelves.
Says, just add lumber.
Yeah.
But if you print off the instructions and you look inside, right here it says add some additional screws. You need 4 at 2.5 inches and 20 at 1 1/4 flathead wood screws. So make sure you print off the instructions so there's not any errors. Now that we finally have all that straightened out,
I'll start making my own clothes.
Not a bad idea.
If by chance you have a miter saw, you can definitely make these cuts a lot faster.
Personal thing, I wouldn't want to make my own clothes, but that's also just because I just wear merch.
To be fair, I wouldn't want to make clothes. I would want blankets, though. I would want to make blankets. handmade blankets are always better, I find.
You know, something really, really funny that was being talked about was the potential of getting a weighted blanket.
Oh.
Mainly just because got a comment from Twitchy because she was like, why don't you get a weighted blanket to see if that helps you sleep?
That's not a bad idea, no.
The previous comment before that was, are you autistic?
I mean, sometimes I think about getting a weighted blanket, but that's because I roll a lot in my sleep. And it'd probably help me at least, not throw all my blankets off the bed and then wake up because I'm like, why is it cold?
I want it to be cold.
I do too. So that, the bed itself is warm with the blankets.
Like being compressed, whatever the opposite of claustrophobia is. I think I have it. Chat. What if we became terrorists to people with claustrophobia and we just got a bunch of weighted blankets and just started chucking it at them? Just draping it over them and making them be confined.
Find a claustrophobic person, surround them. They're already concerned. Start throwing weighted blankets at them. Start screaming nightmare at them. Exposure
it'd be
therapy.
so funny.
I think you'd scare a lot of people doing that.
Run around with big sheets of cardboard to form a box around them.
Do the human pyramid thing.
Dude, imagine saying some like made up fucking tribal chant. Well, you just have everyone slowly in unison surround them with a cardboard box and it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yet that the police would not believe.
Imagine doing that in the middle of a busy city as well.
VTuber shell shocks community.
Oh, it'd be so good.
Faster and safer, but a circular saw definitely works. Now that I cut all the wood to the specified lengths in the instructions, let's start the assembly.
I want a table saw.
This workbench on top of, well, another workbench, so it's a little bit easier for you to see. But I do understand that if you're starting out, you'll probably have to build this on the floor. For the first pieces, I think I'm going to start off with these front bottom corners. They seem like they'll be the easiest, and it says to come up 6 inches from the floor. I'm going to follow these directions, but keep in mind that you can always adjust that lower shelf a little higher or a little lower. It's totally up to you. But also remember that your feet will probably be under it a lot of times, so if you don't have it high enough, you'll be kicking it a lot. When you're sliding your pieces on, make sure you keep track of the pictures in your instructions because you could easily get these backwards and just mess things up. Once I got it in the right spot, then I've clamped it together onto the wood so it doesn't move, and that way I can add some screws. For each of these brackets, there's a total of 12 screw holes, so just be prepared, there is a lot of assembly. For these inside screw holes, I think I'm actually going to wait until after I install the other pieces of wood. That way if it needs some adjustment, I don't have to take the screw back out. I then installed this horizontal piece into the bracket, making sure it's nice and flush against this leg, and then I clamped it down so I can add some screws and not have it move. Now I can attach this inside screw here and everything should be nice and tight. When I first started assembling this joint moved around a lot and it made me nervous that this wasn't going to be very stable. But once I got those 2 inner screws in place, it is nice and rigid. So I'm happy. In the process of installing each piece of wood, if you come across a bracket that's just a little bit too tight, maybe it's bent a little bit, just take something like a rubber mallet or something and just gently tap the wood into place, because we want to make sure it is fully seated against the legs in here. Otherwise, this could wobble a lot. Once I started assembling the back legs, I realized
rubber mallets are just fascinating as an item to me for no good reason.
So we're going to move it to the floor. I attached the brackets and the back legs the same way as I did the front. Now we just need to assemble it together. When you're installing one of your back pieces, it might be a little bit challenging to get in.
I mean, this seems useful.
Yeah.
Like this kit.
In the process of installing
it
this
is
front
metal
bracket,
joints.
I went to the exact measurement that it told me to go to, and there's a problem. Let me show you. Here's the exact measurement they wanted me to go to. If I slide the bracket right up there to it, and then I'm going to put one of the pieces of wood in place just to measure it out. And if you notice that the leg is sitting about 1/8 of an inch higher than the top of this board, that's a problem. Because we need this board that goes across to be the same exact height as this leg, so the plywood will sit flush on top of it. Let me show you how to fix this. First, take one piece of wood that goes across, and we want to insert it into the bracket, making sure to keep everything as flush as we can within the bracket. Raise it up until the top edge is flush with the top of the leg. Make sure the bracket's nice and tight. Take a pencil, make a mark across the top. Now you know exactly where to install that bracket. Now, when installing our back bracket, it's not as critical as the front.
Drill noises.
So measure up from the floor to the top of our bracket.
Drill,
and then measure up from the floor on the back leg, make a mark, and that's exactly where we need to put that one. I finally got all the wood that goes from the front to the back connected. Now, there is one thing I discovered. When you're installing these pieces, I still strongly suggest you...
I think that it could be cool to not have a corner desk then for hand cams, but maybe a DIY workbench?
That'd be neat. I'm betting that sizing issue is because 2x4 inch wood isn't 2x4 inches. Yeah, I've heard about that being an issue where, like, they're not actually what they say they are a lot. It's just basically kind of an estimate, which can be an issue and why you probably should check to make sure everything lines up and adjust accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it always undercut.
You use a clamp the top of the wood and the bottom of the metal together so it kind of squishes and holds everything nice and tight. Otherwise, you'll easily get some gaps under here, and when you put the screws in, like I experienced by accident, you'll get some of the things out of alignment. So use a clamp. With our frame nearly complete, it's now time to start adding our plywood top bench and our lower shelf. And to do that as instructed, we now need to notch out a section for each of the legs. But that can be a bit of a challenge if all you have is a circular saw. Because whenever you're trying to cut a notch out using a circular saw, you're going to have to way overcut on the opposite side just to get that notch. Now just imagine if you accidentally cut this on the wrong side of your workbench, you have major grooves cut in your workbench, or it could even weaken it and it won't be as strong. So to cut out those notches, I strongly suggest using something like a handsaw or maybe even a jigsaw. At least that way you know you won't weaken your workbench or have any ugly grooves.
Good night, Matcha.
And if you cut it just right, it's going to be a tight fit, so you can expect that. But it might need some trimming. Oops. Perfect. Now, if you're planning on keeping your workbench pretty stationary,
that's always
your
a
bottom
sound.
Workbench or your bottom shelf is probably good enough as is. But if you ever plan on moving it, or maybe stick it in the back of a truck to take it somewhere, then I strongly suggest putting at least a few screws in it, and that'll make sure it stays nice and in place. When it comes to the top of our workbench, we only need a notch out for the two back legs, and again, I would avoid using a circular saw. And of course, while installing the top, I discovered another small issue. Let me show you. If we look at the front left corner, you'll notice that the plywood is actually inset by almost half an inch. And on the right front corner, you'll notice the plywood is actually hanging off the edge by almost half an inch. So in the process of putting this together, we somehow got it out of square. Now that could have happened just because the wood is probably a little bit warped on top of, maybe I didn't line up the brackets exactly 90 degrees. So I'm not going to blame the manufacturer for that issue, but it is something you'll have to keep an eye out for. To somewhat fix this problem, I was able to move the wood around. Thank goodness I hadn't screwed it down yet, and made it fairly flush on this end, but not perfect. The only downside is I have a nice big gap over here where I had previously cut it, but that's okay. I can live with that, and I think that'll work. When it comes to securing the top in place, I recommend putting at least 4 screws in this, close enough to the corners as possible, going into your front and back rails, because they're probably attached the strongest out of everything. And finally, we get to add our last board. This right here creates that frame for the backing, so we can have some pegboard so we can hang some stuff. This will be where those 2.5-inch screws come in handy, because we want to go literally pegging the piece below. Now, of course, this will be going into ingrain, so it's not the strongest of connections, but as long as we don't try to lift up this workbench using this backboard, I have a feeling it'll be fine.
That's thinking with portals.
For the pegboard, I just use some clamps to hold it in place, and that way I can add a bunch of screws going all the way around. And there we go. It is finally finished. This turned out to be a pretty nice workbench once everything was put together. Part of the strength of this workbench is the thicker plywood, so if you can use it, I'd strongly recommend it. Part of having a sturdy workbench is being able to handle a bunch of abuse, so let's try something. That is nice and sturdy. Oh yes, that should last a long time. Whenever I build any equipment for the garage or workshop, I always get a ton of questions.
Then you could just spray paint it or something.
Down here, and I want to answer some of those for you right now. First off, what's included in the kit? Well, like we mentioned before, it comes in a small box like this. You get all the metal brackets, some of the screws, and that's about it. You have to go out and buy the 2x4s, the plywood, the pegboard, and some additional screws. So make sure you look at those instructions before you do that. And number 2,
measure once, swear twice.
I know a lot of you might not like instructions. I do. And if you look at the box, there are some minimal instructions on it, but overall it does not come with any instructions. That is, unless you go to their website and print this off. Now, of course, there's a number of things on here that is not included on the box, so unless you are just an expert of building stuff without instructions, I'd probably suggest at least looking this over before you build it. Number 3, was there anything missing or I had to add to the actual kit to make it work? Well, it's a little hard to see, but right here in the box it says just add lumber. And considering I had to actually go out and get additional screws to assemble this together, I find that to be a little deceiving. I mean, I have extra screws in my shop, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But if you're one to not have many screws, or maybe you're just starting out, you buy this kit and you realize, wait a minute, I still have to go out and buy additional screws to put it together. I wouldn't feel comfortable putting that on one of my products if it wasn't true. So that was definitely a downside of the kit. Number 4, was it easy to assemble? Well, as long as you can make sure that all of your cuts can be at 90 degrees on your 2x4s and you can get your plywood as straight as possible, yes, it was pretty easy to assemble, so I definitely give it a thumbs up on that one. Number 5, does it have much adjustability or ease of upgrading? Well, I know everybody's shop is a little bit different, so if you need to make this a little bit narrower, yes, it is possible. These brackets will work with you, but of course you'll have to change the dimensions of all the 2x4s and the plywood that you're using to fit within those dimensions. Upgradable? Well, you are limited because it doesn't have any additional brackets to go with it, but I guess you could add additional pieces to it or maybe hang additional brackets off of it. I've even seen off the top of here somebody turned it into a shelf. So yes, you could upgrade it in a minor type of way. Number 6, is it fixable if something is to break? Yes, fortunately, since we're only using screws to put everything together, it may take a little time to unscrew everything, but yes, let's say the plywood top gets damaged, you can replace it, or one of these 2x4s gets broken.
Wonder how they would get damaged.
Pretty easy to fix. Number 7, can this be moved around or traveled
shop
with?
stuff.
Well, I mean, you could definitely move this around your shop or garage, like, wherever you want. It's sturdy, can handle that. But I probably wouldn't necessarily try and take it around, location to location, especially if you're a contractor. Is it possible? Yes. 2 people could easily load this in the back of a truck, and you could do that. But you don't want this pegboard to get wet. The rest of the wood got a little damp in the rain, not that big a deal, but the pegboard would probably start to fall apart. But overall, it's sturdy and it is possible to
Weight
travel.
pressure over
And
time.
number 8, and usually the most common question asked, is how much did this cost
Yeah.
and is it worth it? So if I include the plywood, the
Night
pegboard,
res.
the
Night res.
2x4s, and the kit, that was about $125. I had some of the extra screws, so that didn't cost me anything, but you might want to add a few extra dollars if you're going to add those screws in there as well. That's totally up to you. Overall, is this kit worth it? Well, if you are a beginner and you have very little knowledge of how to assemble stuff and how to build stuff out of wood, this kit could probably be very useful for you. Now, in my case, I've been building stuff for years and I could easily build a workbench without needing a kit. But that, again, is totally up to you on if you find it to be worth it. To me, I would probably lean to not use the kit just because I had no other ways of building stuff, but that's me. So it's totally up to you. I hope you find this video helpful, and if you did, make sure you let me know in the comments. If you have any other questions, put them there as well. Otherwise, check out this next video.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I don't think I would use a kit like that.
But yeah, things get damaged in shops, as like everybody in chat is saying.
Let's see if we can build a simple
Water,
heavy-duty
tools,
workbench
oil,
without a
just-
kit for about $100. Let's go.
Sometimes hammers fly.
Yeah, sometimes tools just
So-
decide that they wanna.
Fall off a shelf. Sometimes you drop shit on accident.
wanna fly across the room.
Never underestimate the stupid that can happen.
Mm. Oh, benches. Wheelbarrow. God, he has so many 2x4 videos. I got 60% off by asking this question. What? What'd he do?
About a week ago, my father and I were walking through Home Depot, just trying to check out all of the last minute sales before everything just went back to normal pricing. And that's when we came across the toolbox section. And I've been wanting a new toolbox for a while, but I could not justify the price. I mean, if you look around, most of them are around $1,000. You might be able to find some at, say, $800, maybe even $700 if they're on sale. But I did
Yeah, they're
not want to
expensive.
spend that money. So as we walked up to this section, well, you can see the toolbox behind me. They had a really nice little area with this little toolbox on it. Normally it was for, I think, $9.98, say $1,000, and it was marked down on sale to, I believe it was $7.98 or $800. Well, $800 was still a little bit higher than I wanted to spend. And then we realized something. Wait a minute, this box has a big dent in it. It looks almost like it was hit by, say, a forklift. It has some sticky residue here. On the top of it, it has some deep scratches in it. I mean, wait a minute. I bet this was a display model. Sometimes display models and ones that are a little bit dented, you can get discounts on. So my father happened to walk up to one of the salesmen and say, hey, would you be willing to discount this so that we can take it off your hands? So he said, let me call a manager and see what he would say. As we're sitting there and discussing this back and forth, I'm looking at my dad going, I don't know what I'd pay for this. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of work to fix. I believe I can still fix it though. And I'm opening the drawers and everything else seems like it's working right. Even the dented drawer still closes nicely. It does interfere a little bit with the drawer above it. So again, going to take a little bit of work to fix, but I believe I can fix this without too much effort. So I told him, hey, I think I'd probably be willing to pay about $400, thinking that the manager wouldn't go below $500 or $600. And as I said that, the manager happens to walk up behind us and goes, did I hear somebody say you'll take $400 for it? So I looked at him and said, yes, I will if you sell it to me right now. And he goes, deal. So I have a brand new toolbox. It's a little bit of work. And I found out a great little way that you can get discounts. So I got this for $400. Retail, it's usually $1,000. So I got a 60% off deal because it has a couple scratches and a dent that I should be able to fix. So whenever you're in Home Depot or even Lowe's, go right after the sales or right as the sales are about to just stop. There's usually an easy way. You can look somewhere on the pricing. A lot of times it'll say, you know, it ends at a certain date. Go back right at that date.
They'll sell it at a
Sometimes you can
discount
find these
because
display
otherwise it
models
has to
or
go
ones that
through
are
the
damaged a
reverse
little bit. You
logistics
get them at a
center that
major
costs the
discount.
store money and
So with
shipping.
that little tip, I hope that you
Yeah.
can run these stores
That
and
makes
find a great
sense.
deal.
It literally is just more of a hassle to keep it than to sell it at that kind of discount. Yeah. So I have a question.
Hmm.
If I change the reactive thing right now, would it show up immediately?
Should. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, that's funny.
Whoa, you're a moose?
God damn it. Closer, but okay.
Missed the moth? Well, he has become a moose tuber.
How dare you call me Canadian like that?
He's a goddamn moth, and you know it.
Oh, look at that. That's a moose.
Why did that summon you?
I don't know. I just got home from work. And that's the first thing I saw on stream. So I was like, oh, well, I gotta correct that.
He's got a built-in coat rack. I can't argue that antlers are in fact built-in coat racks, and I hate you for it.
That's true.
Heh.
A simple wooden upgrade for my toolbox.
Yeah.
So far, this guy's videos have been actually really good. He's very quick, snappy, and still just explains everything well and points out small details to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's good. So what gets you on this kick of looking at DIY videos?
Because if I DIY stuff, that means I have to spend significantly less money.
True. I've been considering DIYing foldable mounts for my joysticks.
Hmm.
I was actually looking at that, what I would need to do that before I went to work. Should be easy.
Let's see. A tool chest cost is the hardware, and the shells are crazy expensive because they hold 100 plus pounds. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I recently purchased this huge toolbox, and in a previous video, I show you how I saved 60% off on this thing, and you can too. Also, I showed you how to take a huge dent out of one of the lower drawers. But today, I'd like to see if we can do an upgrade.
Wait, I didn't see that one. Oh, there it is.
Whack.
Ah! Buggy hates me. She left because I'm here.
Have you ever dented your toolbox or maybe a big cabinet door? Well, in this case, I have a drawer here with a large dent in it, and I want to see if I can remove this dent and make it look as close to new as possible. Looking at the side here, it's a little hard to tell exactly how much bend or dent is in this drawer. That is until I take a straight edge and put it up against it. And you can see just at the top here, it's pushed in about an inch. And it's even more down lower where it actually got hit. Now, if I was to try and push this out by hand, that ain't gonna happen. This is thick gauge steel, so I really need something hard to press this back out. Also, if you look on the left side
like 5
handle,
times, I see.
Yo, good morning. Can I recommend you watch something? It's peak, I swear.
Porn.
I find it very hard that anything do-it-yourself like shelf building is going to be referred to by somebody as its peak. But I am so curious what this person's going to say.
What do you think is peak?
Yeah. Also, starting out the message with yo yo.
Dude's like 43. Give him a break. Building shelves is peak for that age.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Funk. I'm already assuming this might be a bot.
Oh yeah, probably. That is the first post, right? So
Mhm.
yeah.
Me when I yo-yo.
Yo yo. It's actually a video about yo-yos.
Video about
Oh my
yo-yos
God.
would be pretty peak.
That would be peak. I miss yo-yos.
He's not answering.
Seki, were yo-yos like a fad when you were in school? Just like, I don't know, for 3 months everyone had a yo-yo and was playing with yo-yos.
I know you're watching furniture, but it's completely off topic. If you watched Atla, the fuck is Atla? Check out Avatar Legends: The Fighting Game.
Dude, is this guy shilling his fighting game that he's making?
Wait, is this... 1 second. Is this dude shilling like a AAA game?
The fuck is Avatar?
Good job, Tommy.
What is this? Oh my god, this is an actual thing. They're releasing an Avatar Legends fighting game.
Oh my god.
And one of the
Like-
main characters is Korra, and you're saying it's peak. Are you fucking high? You should feel bad about your life. Holy fuck, dude. You're saying anything related to Korra is peak. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. There are so many other things you could be doing in life besides shilling Korra shit. What?
Yeah.
What?
Dude, I would assume child, but his punctuation wasn't half bad, so I'm thinking bot.
Oh my god. Hold
I'm
on, what
leaning
the
more
fuck was
toward-
Atla? Or whatever the
I
fuck the
don't-
other thing was.
Who
I
knows?
don't know. What a fucking thing to be shilling.
Atla. What is Atla? Oh,
the
Avatar
Avatar.
The Last Airbender. Okay.
I'm not your dad, but I'm still disappointed, son.
I'm disappointed that he used the T in the whatchamacallit? Oh my god. My brain is bride. My
Avatar
brain
The
is
Last
fried.
Airbender.
Yeah, you shouldn't
My-
use T.
My brain is bride.
Dude, I'm so tired. Shut up. Leave me alone. Shut up, Moth.
I'm gonna take that and actually add it to my actual vocabulary.
My
because that's
brain
just
is
funny.
bride.
Kind of how people refer to
Good.
the amazing digital
Yay,
circus.
it's rubbing off.
Everyone here is a native English speaker.
Mm-hmm.
I am having strong.
Blames Blommed.
I know you're watching furniture right now, but have you played Killer Bean? It has realistic bean physics.
my
And
God, I
you get to play as a hero from the greatest martial arts series ever made.
I know
Beat
you're
that game
watching.
in like 3 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
I know you're watching furniture right now, and I know it's a bit off topic, but you have to hear this amazing song called Buck Bumble.
Have you guys watched Nyan Cat?
Have you heard of this really crazy game called Minecraft? I just learned about it.
Whoa! So peak. Yo, 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 watch this video, bro.
Of this
All
door.
right.
You can see this right here has been twisted upward. This piece of plastic, this face right here should be facing down, but it's almost
it's
facing
an actual
straight
child
out,
and they're
so
now
there's
just
quite a bit
crying.
of twist there that we
Good.
can get out as well. Since I never fixed a dent like this before, I looked up online, and the most popular ways to do it was one, you could heat this
We
up
should
real hot
bully
and throw some
children
ice
so they
water
grow
on
up
it,
not
but
being
I'm pretty
pussies.
sure those are for smaller dents, and as you can tell, this is quite large. The other one was to heat it up and use a large flat hammer, which sounds like it would work, but I'm pretty sure that would mess up the paint as well.
Better than watching a shelf is talking about the game called Star Citizen.
No,
Have
I
you
can talk
seen
about
this
that.
niche game called Destiny 2?
Yeah, the niche game.
Kai gives Sensoka back his phone.
You know, I'm pretty sure I would much rather watch videos about shelves than anything related to the Legend of Korra.
Yeah.
Yo, same.
I'm pretty sure watching paint dry would be better and a more enjoyable experience than watching the misadventures of the angsty lesbian teen.
Oh, don't forget. She literally stole a dude from the one girl, dated that dude's brother, and then like broke both of their hearts to get with the girl that she stole the boy of. Yeah. What did they mean by this?
Hoes ain't loyal, that's the moral.
Well, and I was hoping to keep it as original as possible. So my next thought was maybe a large piece of wood on the front, maybe a small one or two pieces on the back, and then a large C-clamp. Would that work? I don't know. Let's give it a shot. Looking at the side of the drawer, you'll see that the front is not super thick, but it is braced by the side over here, so it does have some strength. So I believe I'm just going to use a 2x4, and if for some reason this doesn't feel like it's holding well enough, I can always get a little bit wider with a 2x6. But I can't go all the way to the bottom or all the way to the top because both of them have lips, so I am a little bit limited. To help protect the paint on the top of this hand here, I'm just going to use an old t-shirt and just drape it over the top, just so it's not metal on metal. Here's what the front looks like when it's all put together. Now I did notice that this clamp, the center of it is about an inch above where the actual dent is. The dent is closer to being about here. But I'm going to give this a shot.
So
and if
this
it
is how
doesn't
you
work, we'll
fix
try something
Pac-Man.
else. Now when I start turning this, it's going to be a slow process. I'm only going to go maybe one revolution, and then I'm going to check, make sure I'm not bending any metal or about to crack any wood, and then we'll continue on.
Should do this to fix Aristides' back.
So far, it feels pretty good. I think all I'm doing is flexing the wood right now, so I may have to change. Oh!
Woo!
Did you hear that?
Pop.
That's awesome.
Damn.
It's coming back into place. Let's see if we can tell. Hard to tell at the moment, but it's starting to work.
Oh?
Okay, let's check the sides. So far, so good.
Huh.
Keep going. Oh, a little plastic on the end just fell out, so, well, it's working, but let's keep going.
This does not work on head dents
Okay, we have
because
reached
of
max.
caused by
The
headphones.
wood is now touching the
Damn.
metal. A little hard to see here, but I need to rearrange this and see what we got. It's a little hard to see, but I can tell
Yeah, it's
that
still
part
bent.
of the indentation on this side of the drawer has popped back
A
out.
bit better.
This side still has a little bit in the center. It definitely has to come out some more. I'll reposition the clamp, so now it is a little offset of the actual dent. The dent is closer to around about here, and so I position it over about an inch, inch and a half, with the hopes it'll pull out the dents that are on the left side of the drawer. Might be able to stick, yeah, I can actually stick my finger in here, so you can see how much of
Now
a
squeeze with the
recess there
finger in
still
there.
is. Here's attempt number 2. And it has bottomed out. The wood is touching the metal and nothing popped. So I have to figure out a way to get the metal.
As long as it
to flex
looks
a little
somewhat
bit
better,
more
it's fine.
and
Plus
keep
a
the
few
wood from
dents
flexing
brings
at all.
character to a
My
shop.
next thought is to take some scrap wood, or in this case, some 1/2-inch MDF. And I'm
As long as it
just
still
gonna use some
closes
painter's
and
tape
opens,
to temporarily
fine. It's like,
put it
alright,
in
whatever.
position, and that'll
Yeah.
allow it to stay there long enough so I can get this 2x4 up into position.
Makes the drawer
And
more
now I can get
memorable,
at least
too.
another 1/2 inch
True.
of hopefully clearance for this metal to pop out. Here goes attempt number 3.
we gonna hear another loud pop?
Probably.
I want.
There
Oh,
goes one pop.
There we go.
I want more. I want to hear a big thump.
Yeah.
All right, we're back to wood touching the metal again. At least we got one pop out of that. Let's see what it actually did. I'm sorry to say that I actually have some sad news. As I was releasing the tension off of this clamp, the metal popped right back into position that it was.
Damn.
So whatever popped out went back, so I guess I'm gonna have to use some
Dents are
different
good.
clamps
Having
to
a
try to get
dent
little
means
bit
you can make
lower
up a
pops
bullshit
completely
story
out.
about
My
how it
next
happened,
option
then
is to
gaslight
use these
everyone.
Deep clamps.
Oh, absolutely.
These will allow me to get much further down on the drawer and hopefully get those lower dents out. Now I do have to say that these clamps are not going to be nearly as strong as the original one we were using, and that's because they stretch further out. But I'm hoping that if I use both of these at the same time, it'll give me somewhat similar of the strength that this one had. All right, I got the clamp into position. I've clamped it down. It's pulling everything out, but I have a feeling that if I go much further, that I'm going to actually flex the metal too far out. But I'll give it a shot just for you. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, good. There's one pop. I'm gonna go just a little bit further. Let's see. I'm nervous. I might break this clamp. So let's take this off and see if it actually pops back inward.
Oh.
If it stays, you could probably just move it up higher.
Oh, yep. See,
There it goes.
went right back in.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out how to keep this out. I may actually have to apply some heat to this metal.
about to
don't
say
wanna
heat
do
it
that,
up.
but I might have to. Let's test what we have so far and see how well
Man,
it does.
the shelf at
See,
the
that's
top
fine.
The
left.
door is
Perfect.
going pretty close,
Yeah.
and it kind of pops a little bit as it's going back in. That's not surprising.
Too much
since
work. Get the
there's a good
hammer.
chance
Oh, I would have gotten the
that
hammer
all
immediately.
runners on it were bent just
Yeah.
slightly due to that injury, but
I would have just
at least
smacked it.
closes. You can also notice that the handle
That just means you're
interferes
not
a little
a
bit
tinker,
with the
Seki.
drawer above it. Once it's out, the top drawer
yeah.
does fine.
Oh,
But
okay.
it still
So
just
yeah,
interferes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's
Rip
see
the
about
plastic
working
part off.
on flexing this back into
Stop.
position, and then we can
Hammer
go
time.
further on the drawer. And to do this next step, I've actually moved the drawer onto my workbench for a couple reasons. One, it gets me off the floor so I don't have to keep bending down. And two, it'll hopefully help me keep from messing up the runners on the side of this drawer so
Yeah.
everything will go back together real nicely. Looking at this handle a little bit closer, I noticed that
Damn.
the handle itself doesn't appear to have been bent, at least not upward. It appears that the metal right here actually bent, and we might be able to straighten that out. I just got to be careful not to mess up this handle. But wait, I think there's an actual cover on this. Hold on, let me see. Oh, yeah. This handle, fortunately, will slide off, or at least the cover on it will. So then we can do all the bending on this inner piece and then slide this back and you'll never know. So that's a great option. If you happen to have that, make sure you remove that cover. Now that
Oh
I'm
my
not overly
God, it's
concerned
so
if I
bent.
scratch the paint on this handle, I'm
Yep.
just going to use some pliers to try and straighten it out. But I am going to use a piece of wood right here underneath it, so hopefully I don't scratch up the face. And I'm just going to grab it and we'll just give it some slight pulls. Might be some popping of the wood,
Oh my God.
the metal, and hopefully we can get it pretty straight. I was able to bend part of the handle back
Hammer.
in position, but because
Hammer.
of this bend in it, it's being really difficult. So I'm gonna take those
just
MDF
wanted to
pieces
smack
that we
it
had
with a
from
hammer.
before. We're gonna put
Yeah.
it in position here, lay the drawer so that it's face down onto my workbench, and try and pull those dents out.
Damn.
When I released the clamp, most of it stayed in position. That's because I
Imagine the clamp fucking snaps and it just shoots right at his face.
God. That's a mental image to have in my head now.
Yeah, that's like one of the
Fix it.
few reasons why I just don't fully trust like tools and whatnot.
That's fine.
Because I'm like, what if it snaps?
It usually doesn't.
extended it just slightly with the clamp. So when I released the pressure and it kind of flexed back, it was almost straight, except right over here, closer to the edge, it still worked just a little bit. So I'm going to repeat that process, and hopefully it'll be nice and straight.
Seki, I just pictured you in a bomb
Now, if we
squad
look down
suit
the edge here,
working with
it's
a
not
clamp
perfect,
because you're afraid the
but
clamp's
it's
gonna
definitely
break.
a lot better than it was. Now that I'm happy with the handle, there are a couple dents, kind of creases, going along here, and that one major dent in the front that I want to take care of. So I laid out that shirt we were using earlier, and I put it face down again. I'm going to take a little punch with a hammer and try and
Yay,
tap
hammer!
down, but if you listen,
Hammer!
it is already a little flexible right there, so I think it might be possible.
Oh. Lame.
After a good bit of tapping, I got the majority of this dent out. It's not perfect, but it's at least a lot smoother than it was.
Should have taken
The
a
creases
fucking
around
mallet
here are
and
a little
just
more
bumped
faint.
it.
They're not perfect, but I'm not a professional at this, and this is a lot better than it ever was, and so I'm happy with this. Now, if you choose, you can always maybe study some paintless dent removal and get every bit of this out, but that's totally up to you. Okay, now for the moment of truth. Yes! Wait, hold on. Does this hit?
Amazing
No,
statements,
that one doesn't
Soka.
hit, and this goes in so smooth. Yes! Now, depending on the angle in which you look at this, sometimes you
Don't
can
look
see
that
a
bad.
little bit more than others. If you
Yeah, it
get
looks
down
fine.
low, I mean, you can see
I
that
wouldn't
it's
think anything
blemished
of it.
right there.
Yeah.
Seriously, how
good, isn't
often
it?
do you look that close at a toolbox? I doubt it.
Yeah.
Overall, I'm very pleased. Now, I hope this simple fix shows you that if you take your time and you go real slow and just work at it really easy, you can fix things, or at least make them look a lot better really easily. That way you don't
Well,
always
I
call
mean,
a
you could
handyman
also
or
just take a
somebody else to
hammer.
fix your stuff. So I hope this
Hammer down.
inspires you to get
Hammer
out your
time.
How
shop.
many views does this
Not
video
only
have?
fun building, but have
15K.
fun repairing as well.
15K.
Yeah.
Respectable.
Alright, let's see him upgrading it.
I love how the drawers are all grouped into 3 different sections. It makes it really easy to organize all your tools. I love how the drawers just slowly glide back in. You can't slam them very easily. So overall, it's a great
Nice.
toolbox. Why would I want to upgrade this? Well, that's because the top up here, well, that wood really looks good. And I think it makes the rest of it look a little bit plain. I first thought about using some real wood. The only downside is that, well, it has to be really, really thin so it doesn't interfere with the drawer handles when you're trying to pull them out. So that got me
Plus, that's a
wondering,
lot of added weight.
is there anything else I could use besides real wood? And after a quick search, that's when I discovered this roll of stick-on material that's specifically designed for furniture, and it's supposed to give it a wood-like finish. Now, I've never used anything
Oh
like
my
this before,
god,
so,
okay.
let's give it a try. Now, one of the first instructions to applying this
Okay.
is to make sure
Interesting.
that your surface is perfectly clean. No dust, no lint, nothing on it. And, well, this thing is dirty, so I got a little work to do. Now, I'm using a light-colored cloth to clean this so that if
That
by
poor
chance any of these
toolbox,
fibers
yeah.
leave themselves on the drawer, as
Yeah.
I'm cleaning, it's really easy to notice them and pull them off. Also, I believe I'm only going to put the wood on the actual drawer faces, and that way this black frame will help us
This is
stand
gonna
out
look
just a little bit
awful
more.
when he's
To
done.
cut this up, I would suggest getting something like a self-healing cutting mat that will allow you to cut into and it won't destroy it. Also, it has all these grid patterns to help you keep everything nice and straight. If you don't have something like that, I would suggest a nice long straight edge just to make sure you keep everything straight as possible. Also, we're going to need a nice sharp cutting tool. I believe
I
I'm gonna
recommend
start with
straight
one of
edge no
these
matter
lower-
what, to be honest.
Well, you
You're
gotta
gonna
keep
need a
yourself
nice-
straight.
Yeah. Grids are useful, but you also want the straight edge too.
I hate those cutting knives.
Oh, those
Why?
specifically?
Because we used to have them at the shipping company, and they sucked.
Like that specific one?
That specific
is
knife.
A very
Oh.
standard box cutter. Yeah. I don't really care for that type either. I like the ones that flip out.
That one does look really bulky for a box cutter too.
So cutting boxes the way that they like wanted. Because sometimes you had to make custom boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Those knives sucked for that. They were so bad. Because they would jump. Because the blades that come with them were ass.
Damn. So he did all that work to keep from fucking up the paint on the drawer just to do wood paneling like an Irish dad from the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharp cutting tool.
How long is the difference between these two videos and the previous one?
Because it's not very
Like,
long and it should be
maybe a month. Yeah, maybe a month.
easy to work with.
One
I've seen a
single
quick
month.
measurement here of about 13 1/4 and about 8 1/4. Now let's
Oh,
roll
boy.
some of this out. Ooh,
It's just
hold on a
fucking
second.
wood vinyl.
Can you see that? It's almost
Yeah.
like a little grid pattern on the back of this. I guess the better quality stuff gives you a grid pattern to make it really easy to cut. Now I've rolled this out ahead of time just so you can kind of get a look at it. It looks almost like pallet wood. I believe that's going to be real nice. I would love to use this pattern right here on that first drawer with all that grain structure. I think would look great, but unfortunately it's only about 11 inches and I needed at least 13 1/4, and I want to avoid having a seam in that big drawer, so I believe I'm going to stretch this out and use this pattern over here. Also, I'm going to be real careful when making
Oh
these
my
cuts.
god,
Instead of
okay.
just making one big cut here, I'm actually going to trim off this top section and use it for one of the other drawers. That way I can have that at least 8 1/4, that's closer to about 8 3/4 in this section, and get out those long drawers and tall drawers with that and still use this for the others.
Alright.
And there is the first section. Let's go put it on and see how well it looks. As I'm installing this, there's two things you'll notice. One, I got a piece of tape over here, and that's just to hold it up on that end as I get everything in line and start attaching it on this side. I also have a piece of wood sticking in this drawer so that it doesn't keep trying to go
Showing his
in
tism.
as I'm pushing on it. Now that I have it in place, I'm using a large craft stick just to go across the entire surface to make sure it has adhered to that metal real well. And then I can go and trim off this excess. And with the first drawer
Any
in place,
warping, any
look
like
really
bubbling,
good.
anything
For the
at
middle
all,
drawer, I'm gonna
that's going to
unfortunately
look
have to have a
awful.
seam. So I think what I'm gonna do is use both of these.
The
And kinda
second
center
you
this up right
scratch
here
it,
in
it's
the middle
done.
of the drawer, and that way it'll
Yeah.
look nice. And there's number
And
2.
it's-
What in God's name is
Finish up the
wrong
rest of
with
these
this
drawers,
guy?
and I'll show you what it looks like.
And it's in a
Now, for
shop
the
that's
moment of
going to
truth.
get scratched.
Oh, 100%.
That looks
Humid weather, that shit's
good.
coming off.
Now I do have
Yeah.
to admit, in the process of putting this on, when I only had a couple of the drawers with it, I didn't think it looked all that great. Now that it is fully
You
on
don't
here,
say.
it really stands out, and I'm glad I've done it. Now, at some point
Stands
in the
out
future,
is a
I'm
word
sure
you
I'll
used.
get tired of this. It may
Yeah.
be 5 years or 10 years down the road, but I'll probably want to change it. The great thing about it being a sticker is it will peel right off. And one thing we're always worried
That's a
about when we do
downside,
something
too.
extra, what if we accidentally scratch it really bad? Or maybe a child or a dog or something comes by and just tears off a piece of this. Well, this roll, as you can tell, still has a ton left on it. I've probably only used about half of this for this toolbox, so if I have to do a repair, I got it right here. Now, I want to hear from
Okay.
you. Take one more really
It would have been
long
better
look at
to
this
just
and
find
look
some
up
way to use
close
actual
and tell
wood.
me your honest thoughts on the way this looks.
I think it looks
Yeah,
Your
stupid.
honest thoughts on it being stickers.
It's not good.
Was it a good idea? Was it not? I'd love to hear about it.
I don't
With
think it
that
was a
said-
good idea.
Yeah.
Now it could
Like,
look
if you're
awful for
going-
years to come. Yeah, no, it doesn't look good.
Yeah. If you're going to go through the effort of wanting to do something like that, just go through the full effort and get the actual wood on there somehow. The stickers are not going to last.
Build storage shelves. Interesting. Okay, let's see these. This video. That is something I'm definitely considering, you know? Oh, hey, look!
Storage totes.
Look, the bins I have!
Yep, same. I have a couple of those as well. They're handy.
Yeah, with all of my stuff currently in them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fun.
They're definitely nice, but at some point, these need a place to go. That's when a large set of shelves is really handy. But that brings us to the age-old question.
They go on top of each other.
Do I build one, or do
You
I
did.
buy one? So how about we look at the pros and cons of each, so it'll be easier for you to make a decision. And let's keep a little running tally right over here on this side of the screen, so it makes it a little bit easier to determine. First off, for number one, do we need any tools to build these shelves? For many of the shelves that you can buy at the store, you'll probably need a rubber mallet and possibly
if you DIY
a screwdriver
it.
to put them together. If you plan on building the shelf, you're going to need a bunch of tools, including a saw, a drill, a bunch of screws, measuring tape, possibly a hammer with nails, maybe some additional brackets. It really just depends on how you want to design it and how well you build it. So in the case of tools, the point goes to buy. Next up is customization, which is very important to a lot of people. So I'm going to award this comparison 2 points. If you buy a shelf like this one, usually you can build it at full height or half height. That's giving you one shelf or two. In the past, I even used part of this shelf as an inexpensive workbench.
Is that an actual term,
best,
or?
But it definitely worked in a pinch. But if you're to build a shelf, you
He's
can
northern,
customize
give
it to
him a
whatever
break.
height, width, or depth that you need. This is especially
I'm just
helpful
making
if
an
you have an
assumption there. I
unusual
have no
shaped
idea,
garage or basement. So in this comparison,
assuming
with
he's
the
northern.
ability to customize and just build the shelf however
The problem
you like,
is that
I'm
there's
gonna have to give you
always
2
like
points
weird
to build.
terms like
For number
that that are
three,
very
how easy can we
specific. So
adjust
it's just
the
like I
shelves?
don't
For the
know
store-bought
if it's an
unit, you can easily
accent
adjust them up or
a
down
little
in about
term.
1.5 inch increments. You might need a rubber mallet to assist you in this, but it is simple to do. Now, if you've built the unit, you might be able to adjust the shelves, but it really just depends on how you built it. If you use screws, you should be able to just remove those, adjust accordingly, and reinstall. But if you use nails, that could probably be a little more difficult. In either case, you'll definitely leave holes in your wood and possibly even damage it. But with the store-bought version, it should look the same. So for ease of process and ending result, I definitely have to give the point to the buy category. Moving to number 4, let's look at the strength of these shelves. This particular shelf is rated at 4,000 pounds, or about 800 pounds per shelf. And of course, that can vary depending on the type of shelf you buy, but let's stick with this one for now. So at 800 pounds per shelf, that should be able to store most of what you got in your garage or basement. Now looking at the homemade unit, if it is built well, it should be able to handle a lot of weight. Now, of course, that depends on its design and the type of fasteners you use. And one of the huge benefits of the home-built version is the ability to add reinforcements in the future if you need it. Whereas the store-bought version, you really don't get that option. So, the point goes to the build category. For number 5, a lot of people...
I could add reinforcements to that thing.
I could also add reinforcements to that thing.
Yeah.
It won't be pretty.
But
yeah,
you can.
You definitely could. Like, couldn't you just get like a good 2x4 and just put it in each corner?
Like,
just go up.
Especially if it's like shop stuff. I don't think people are going to care that much.
Yeah.
Shop stuff is kind of intended to get a little banged up even.
You could totally reinforce
DIY.
it.
Yeah.
People like warranties. So if we go out and buy a shelf, there's a very...
Dude, I'm gonna be fucking real. I don't give a shit about a warranty, especially on a shelf.
The wall cleats, those are nice.
I care about a warranty on something like my GPU, my RAM, my laptop. I do not have a warranty on my laptop. But just stuff like that. If I'm building a shelf and it gets fucked up, I'm not submitting a warranty claim for it.
Yeah.
Because I have to take everything off of said shelf, box it up, and send it to them.
Yeah.
And then rebuild the shelf.
Repairing a shelf is probably way easier in most situations than going for a warranty.
Store-bought, you care about the warranty in that if the shelf collapses, it may have a claim on the items damaged by the falling.
Big doubt.
There would have to be significant, like, structural issues.
That would be a hell of a warranty.
Yeah.
Like you would need,
I doubt that most places would honor that warranty.
yeah, there. I can already see it. Most of them would want proof that it was like not
The
your
shelf
fault.
fault, yeah, like an
Yeah,
ungodly
good
amount of
luck.
proof.
Yeah, good luck.
Very good chance it's going to come with a warranty. So if for some reason something's broken on it or just doesn't fit right, we can easily take that back to the store. But if we go out and buy a bunch of wood, start cutting and build, and just find out we don't like it, unfortunately we can't really get that money back because we've already cut everything up. So that's a quick win for the buy category. For number 6, how easy are the shelves?
Yeah, if we go by returning and not like warranty wise, then yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
To move.
His
Once
American
both shelves
flag
are
is
completely
nylon.
assembled, usually it will take 2 people to move them around easily. Now, if you had to slide them across the floor, chances are the home-built version may stay a little more rigid, but it will definitely weigh more. The home-built shelf may also be easier to add casters, making it mobile all the time. This is possible on the store-bought shelf, but it usually requires some additional support underneath. Now let's say you had to move
Which isn't awful.
homes. The store-bought shelf should be able to easily disassemble and pack away into your moving van. Whereas the home-built shelf, well, it can be a little bit difficult to move and it may not even fit into your new area. So if it was me, I'd probably just leave the home-built shelf for the new owner and just build some more in the future. With all that said, it's a little difficult to pick out a clear winner for this selection. So
I can give you a clear winner. The store-bought one. Because I'll be real, a lot of those like metal shelves are not expensive,
Yeah.
Some of
and
them are.
it's usually just a mallet.
Mhm.
let's award a point for both of them. Jumping in number 7, if we need to assemble a shelf quickly, we're just looking at speed alone, what would be best? It really depends on your
The store-bought one.
Yeah, the store-bought one.
Yeah. It's already got instructions. You don't have to make measurements and cuts and all
Yeah.
that fun stuff.
It's not even remotely a question.
Yeah, it is just not a question.
experience
If you
with
need
building
a
shelves.
quick shelf.
If you built other ones in the past, then you may be able to assemble one really quickly.
Not as fast as
Same
the store-bought one.
If you assembled shelves in the past, you'd be able to build the one for the store quickly.
But
too.
if you have no experience in this area, then a store-bought version will probably go up a lot quicker and look a little bit better. And if you're watching this video, you're probably a little bit less experienced in the build category. So for that reason and speed alone, let's give a point to the buy. For number 8, let's not fool ourselves. These are in a garage or basement. There's a very good
Simplicity
chance
as
they will
well.
get damaged over time. So can they be repaired easily? If you purchase a shelf, usually the top segments of each shelf is made out of some kind of wood and maybe some wire that can be replaced if they get damaged. But the frame and sometimes even the side rails, if they get bent or damaged, well, there's not a whole lot you can do unless you reinforce everything. It'd almost be worth just buying a new one.
I feel like that would take a lot to damage those.
You'd probably have to hit it with a car.
Yeah, and if you hit it with a car, good
You're
luck,
not worried about the
I
shelf.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried about the car.
Yeah.
When it comes to the
I
built
think any
you
shelf
should
would be
able
hard
to
to,
remove and
you know,
replace all of the
fix.
little segments
Yeah.
individually. Just measure carefully, add a new piece, and secure it in place. So for that reason, we're going to give a point to the build category.
Can actually find replacements for those frames. That too, yes.
I feel like a lot of the things he's saying are very specific scenarios and stretching.
Yeah.
Hard stretches here.
I have to include number 9 because I'm married and my wife likes things around the house to look pretty. So which one of these has a better appearance? Most of the
Yes, she
store-bought
chose them.
versions are tall and narrow and painted from the factory, whereas most of the home-built versions are made from 2x4s and look a little bulky. And even though the home-built shelves can be painted, I have a feeling that most people would still say that the metal shelves or the store-bought version do look a little bit nicer. And that is
No.
especially true after trying to adjust the shelves up and down, because the home built shelves, well,
Just
they'll look a little
no.
rough after that. So as you probably guessed already, the point goes to the buy.
No. Bought shelves do not look good. If you won't look good, you get built. Wood shelves always look better than the fucking like metal ones that are
Yeah, wood does look
blatant
better.
bought. Unless you're somebody who thinks that like classical architecture needs to be turned into whatever the fuck like multi-family homes are, no.
He just needs to use
no.
more than 2x4s, yeah.
Checking out number 10. Can you turn either of these into a cabinet with doors? Now, it is possible to add walls and doors to each of these shelves, but the metal frame will definitely be a little more difficult because you have to, well, just avoid trying to hit the metal when you're adding screws through everything. Versus the home built shelf.
Huh. He likes pallet wood. He can't talk about aesthetic.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Just avoid trying to hit the metal when you're adding screws through everything.
It's
Difficult because you have to.
It's more difficult because you have to avoid putting screws through the metal.
There are holes.
Yeah.
Difficult?
This is a weird contrast to the basic tutorial videos he did.
As a tech bro, I hate to say it, but this guy's build and takes make me think he's a tech bro with a shop, and that's more a money pit than use.
He does
I mean,
look like a tech bro.
looking around his
Well,
shop too.
Avoid
It's
trying
awfully
to hit the metal
clean.
when you're adding screws through everything. Versus the home built shelf should be a lot easier. Now, in all honesty, I've never actually converted a shelf over into a cabinet. I actually prefer the openness of a shelf so I can see things easier versus just the close-offness of a cabinet.
That's
I won't find
fair.
myself, I'll even forget I have it.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna do this, I strongly recommend doing it on a home built shelf. It's just a lot easier. So point to the build. And last, but definitely not least, what are the cost comparisons? Now, I'm definitely going to take in consideration the initial cost, but we have to look at time.
You could
and
say
you
that
already have
the
tools to
hand
build
built
it.
is easier because where you can actually put the hinges and everything isn't like based around where the holes are on the metal, but still.
So what he's bringing up here is something that I get annoyed by whenever channels are like trying to do DIY related shit.
You need the tools.
No. They're just like, oh, we have to factor in the time as well into the cost.
The time.
And I'm just like,
Nah.
no, motherfucker, no, you don't.
I know
your
the
time.
saying time is money is a thing, but it's not literal.
Yeah, time is money if you hire someone else to do it.
Yeah.
If you
like-
yourself are doing it, you're not charging yourself to do it.
Yeah. What would you be doing otherwise anyways?
Staring at a wall.
It's
Dreaming
just,
of a shelf.
God.
It's just a dumb way to like try to equalize things for reasons? Question mark.
Never, ever take that into consideration. Whenever people are like, oh, you gotta factor in the time it would take to, let's say, pay yourself to do it, it's like, huh?
Like, time is a factor of how much effort you're willing to put into it, not how much it costs per se. because that's what like paying more usually is less effort on your part in situations.
I hate it. Have a safe drive, balls. Ha! Like, listen to this again.
And last, but definitely not least, what are the cost comparisons? Now, I'm definitely going to take in consideration the initial cost, but we have to look at time and do you already have the tools to build it? First,
You have to look at time. No.
Yeah.
No. No, you don't.
If you're considering this already, you probably don't care that much about time, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably.
The tool thing makes sense. Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Tools make sense because you have to actually buy them, but time?
The point to DIY something is to just save money, not time. DIY inherently takes more time.
Yeah, it is just inherent to anything. Like, you DIY stuff, A, somewhat to save time, B, to actually like have made something yourself and have it custom.
Yeah, plus it's just fun making your own shit sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll say you consider your time if you want to spend that much time doing something.
But as a factor of cost money-wise,
it's stupid. It's stupid to consider it for cost. Because the point is to not pay.
Yeah, it is very specifically about money that he's talking about here. Not like time through the lens of effort.
It's like, what? Oh, let's see.
Gotta think about the
I purchased
man
this shelf
hours.
on sale for about $100. It's a heavy-duty version that meets my needs, but you could always buy a simpler version for less. Now, to build a comparable shelf out of wood, I calculated everything needed to build this, and it came to just over $90. And of course, that doesn't include any mistakes. Let's say you cut the wood to the wrong size. Now you're gonna have to head back to the store and buy more. Time, money. On top of that, the time to design everything and make sure it's exactly right so your shelf isn't looking really, really crooked too. On top of that, do you already have the tools to build this? Because if you don't, that's gonna cost. So if you're trying to pinch every penny you have, you don't make any mistakes, and you already have the tools, then you probably will come out ahead if you build the shelf. Now, otherwise, well, there's a whole lot of chance that you will spend extra money. I know I do. Every time I go to a store, I usually have to go back and buy more wood because either I miscalculated or I just didn't buy everything I needed.
Just did the background behind him there.
And if you're new to this, I hate to say it, but I'm going to give the point to the buy. So with all these comparisons done, is it better to build or to buy? Let's look at the points. Oh boy, am I actually going to give the win to the buy category? Well, yeah, I mean, looking at all these comparisons, it seems that overall, for the average person, it might be better just to buy. Now, if you really love to build stuff, then go build one. But for the average person, this will allow you to build one quicker and get back to the things you really enjoy doing. On another note.
Wow. What a strange fucking video to have made.
Yeah. Got a
Building
shop that
sword
needs
shells
custom
versus
shelves.
buying. Remember what this is supposed to be about.
Man, the reason I was even considering it is because, you know, to fully suit my needs, but judging by everything here, I think Silly Mallet will work on Big Shelf.
He sure talked about a lot without saying anything. Well, he said a lot of things that were
YouTube.
Very basic information at best, or things that were just like, why do you think that, with no explanation.
I recently have had some deaths in our family, and that kind of got me thinking.
About shelving? Are you thinking of where to put the urn?
God, we had some deaths. Where am I going to store them?
What the fuck?
What?
That's a
You know what makes me
fascinating.
think about shelving and DIY? Death.
It-
That
oh, that was
that came out of left field. Who the hell stirs a conversation like that? I just sat down.
oh my god.
What
I
the
was not
fuck?
expecting this.
He's gonna share a Bible verse now.
Imagine he just lifts up a dead child. These take up a lot of space.
Now, when I pass away, all this stuff, is that just going to be another problem for my kids to take care of? I guess I need to do some spring cleaning. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, he did share a Bible verse at the very end.
We recently had some deaths in the family, so that had me thinking, is all my junk gonna be a problem for my kids?
Man had an existential dread moment in the middle of recording a video. What the fuck?
But he was smiling the entire time. I don't know if that was existential dread moment.
Yeah, the smile.
What the fuck?
That is the strangest thing I've seen somebody do in a YouTube video in a while. Which is saying something. Because I look for weird sometimes.
Did ChatGPT tell him what to say?
The problem is, what the fuck would chat, like, that's one of those statements that I don't think an AI would come up with. That's one of those statements somebody wrote down and didn't give any coherent thought to.
Yeah.
Like, I have seen that kind of statement before just said by a YouTuber. It's just like a left hook out of nowhere, and they just don't think about it.
He ran out of tokens and hallucinated.
Reminder of the title of the video: building storage shelves versus buying what nobody tells you. Anyways, we had a death in the family.
ChatGPT, I'm a Mormon with a death in the family recently and trying to frame it as a shelving pros and cons video. Can you help me? Alright, well, how about a normal video?
Everyone could use some extra storage. It can be for tools, or food, or just stuff we don't need. What is this? So I wanted to see if I could build you a set of low-price adjustable shelves. And during this process,
He has
I
not
found there are
changed
two
his
things I
shop
love
at
and one thing I
all.
hate. Now, most of the garage shelving units I've seen are around 5 to 6 feet tall, about 3 to 4 feet wide, with at least 4 to 5 shelves. But sometimes these can be difficult to modify, and we have a bunch of wasted space. So we want to make these shelves easily adjustable. I'm also
don't know,
splitting the
Sensoga.
shelf into 2 sections, and that'll give us adjustable shelves on each side, which should give us more versatility. And to keep
I hate these. I hate these drawers. I fucking hate these
Yeah.
drawers.
Yeah, I hate those too.
My
you know
oh
what-
my god, the amount of fucking times my mom has bought these. Oh my
I
god.
have one of those sitting right behind me. I've had that thing for like 20 years. The design has not changed.
Yes, it has not. I hate them. They're awful.
So
They are awful.
So I took what Super Iron Bob said and actually gave it to ChatGPT.
Well,
Did it come up with a similar list?
Let me just read this for you because I haven't
wait,
read
hold
it
on.
over. Yeah.
let's see.
Are you doing it too?
No. All right, go. Go, come
I'm
on.
really sorry for your loss. I can absolutely help you frame your thoughts in a structured way that's thoughtful and sensitive, while still fitting the shelving pros and cons style. Since the topic is deeply personal, we can approach it carefully, almost like you're weighing the emotional and spiritual aspects of grief, memory, and belief. Here's a possible outline. Title: Pros and Cons of How I Handled Loss as a Mormon. Intro: Brief acknowledgement of the loss. Explain the shelving analogy. Today I'm weighing the pros and cons of different ways I'm coping with a death in the family.
Oh my god, ChatGPT. Maybe
Bro,
use Grok.
Pro section: Faith in eternal perspective. Pro: Comfort in the belief that your loved one continues beyond this life. What? ChatGPT, what does this have to do with shelving?
It's it broke. Now ask the same question to Grok.
Con section: Feeling pressure to grieve correctly.
What?
Sometimes expectations around faith and behavior can make grief feel restrictive. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, Chat GPT, but I didn't mean shelving metaphorically.
Let's see, is this playlist correct?
No, it does not comprehend at all the question.
Of course not. It's a fucking clinker.
What the fuck?
Fuck. I can't.
I don't know what that is. What is that fucking old one, like the Bandicam thing?
And write a sentence that had never been said before. Oh my god, where's Grok? Oh my fucking god, this music.
Dreamscape, that's what it was called. Alright, here we
Thinking
go.
about your request.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay. It's still going. Oh no, it's still going.
It's thinking hard.
It's writing the entire video.
Nice.
Tone: calm, personal, journal-like. Speak from the heart. Start with your testimony and love for the gospel.
Hello, eating
Hi,
John
friends.
Cena's ass.
Recently, we lost name/relation in our family. It's been heavy. As a believing member, I found myself with some hard questions about the afterlife, why this is happening, and how the plan of salvation really feels right now. I'm thinking about a lot about shelving those questions for a season so I can keep going. Shelving is quotation mark. Here's an honest pros and cons I came up with. Pros of shelving: peace in the moment, protecting my testimony's foundation.
What the fuck?
Practical bandwidth. Cons of shelving: oh my god, it thinks it's metaphorical.
Oh my god. RAM and storage prices are through the roof because of this.
Hold on, let me ask Gemini.
And they still can't comprehend.
Alright. Yeah, what was the question again?
Okay. I'm a Mormon with a death in the family recently and trying to frame it as a shelving pros and cons video. Can you help me? Put literal
Well,
shelving.
that's why you confused them.
Yeah.
The question is worded weird.
I literally just took what Super Iron Bob said. I think it was Super Iron Bob. Yeah.
Okay, Super Iron Bob's fault then.
To be fair, I also told ChatGPT that the shelving wasn't metaphorical.
Yeah, that's fair.
Parentheses, I'm actually building a shelf in the video, not metaphorically. Go. Alright, let's see. Oh boy.
No.
Oh boy. Wait, hold on. Dude, Gemini had it fucking fast. Holy shit.
I'm still trying to get
Can
ChatGPT
you
to understand.
format this as a script for me? Alright, we need the script. Here's a fully formatted, production-ready video script.
Oh my
Nice.
god. Go on. I'll
What
read this after.
the fuck?
I love that the chat is seeing this dude pointing at his shelf this entire time.
Hold on, I need Scheming Weasel on right now. Stop showing me shorts! Never show me shorts!
Unless
This
they're
is
on a
what
pretty
a
girl.
ram died for. Hallowed be its name.
Oh my god. Create. Fuck your shorts. Alright. What do you mean explore more? What? No. Just give me Scheming Weasel!
Never.
Jeez! Here we go. So, this is why I chose this one. Video script. The pros and cons of shelving. Alright? The script. You, talking head, apparently. In my community, I'm a Latter-day Saint. We talk a lot about the shelf. Usually,
The shelf?
it's used as a metaphor. It's a place where you put your doubts, your unanswered questions, or the things you just can't process right now, so you can deal with them later. Parentheses. Sound effect. The loud, sharp click of a tape measure locking into place. But lately, after a death in my family, the metaphorical stuff got to be too much. I realized I just needed to build a real one. So today, we're looking at the pros and cons of shelving. Will I actually build a shelf? Let's start with pro number 1. Structure. The whole point of a shelf is to create order out of chaos. It takes things off the floor and gives them a designated home. When you're dealing with a sudden loss, grief feels incredibly chaotic. For me, my faith provides a blueprint. the plan of salvation, the idea of eternal families. It gives my heavy emotions a structured place to rest, so I can keep breathing.
My faith
It's
is
like the
shelf,
framing
oh God.
of this project. It keeps you grounded when everything else feels messy. But that brings us to con number 1. Every shelf has a weight limit. Sound effect, the whir of a power drill.
My faith has a weight limit.
That's what I said to the fat girl at the pastor's party too.
God does not
If you
accept
try
the
to
fat.
load up a shelf with too much weight without anchoring it properly into the studs, it's going to rip right out of the drywall. Emotionally, we do the same thing. People expect you to rely on your testimony and just be strong. So you bottle up the sadness, the anger, or the hard questions because you think you're supposed to. But grief is heavy. If you don't anchor yourself, if you don't let yourself actually cry or feel the pain, the shelf is going to collapse.
My God.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Pro number 2. Shelves elevate what matters.
Okay.
Fucking God.
We don't just build shelves to hide clutter, we build them to display the things we love. Photos, heirlooms, memories. Parentheses. Music swells slightly, softer and warmer. This physical shelf isn't just a weekend project. It's becoming a memorial, a place to hold the things left behind by the person I lost. Their impact, their love, the things they taught me.
Their ashes.
It keeps them at eye level, right where I can see them every day. Ultimately, the biggest con of a shelf is thinking it solves the problem permanently. A shelf does not make your things disappear, it just holds them for you. Yeah. Yeah, that's typically why you make a shelf. And faith doesn't make the pain of death magically vanish. It just gives us a sturdy place to stand while we carry it. It's okay to have a shelf. It's okay to let it hold your grief and your questions for a while. Just make sure you build it strong and don't be afraid to take things off of it when you're ready to heal. Parentheses, smile faintly at the camera, then look back at the shelf. Fade to black. Oh boy! A few director's notes for filming.
Oh God.
The audio balance. Make sure your microphone captures the crunch of the saw and the hum of the drill. Those tactile physical sounds will contrast beautifully with the emotional weight of what you are saying. The why. You don't need to name the specific family member if it feels too private, but changing the person I lost to my grandmother, my brother, etc. will make it punch even harder if you feel comfortable sharing.
Brain damage.
Thank you, Tommy, for the $10 super. Make it stop.
The idea, man,
Oh,
that
trust me.
faith has a weight limit. It's like
That's
the
my
fats
favorite
can't
thing
believe
so
in God.
My faith has a weight limit is a great insult. All right, so I kept prodding ChatGPT to actually write a script that's reviewing a shelf, apparently. So here's what it's done, because I think I may have poked it a little too hard. Camera on a perfectly ordinary shelf. Pros and cons of this shelf. You, calm and upbeat. Hey everybody, today I'll be reviewing this shelf and going over the pros and cons. You, Pro number 1, storage. It holds boxes, books, photos, and basically anything you need. Normal close-up shot of shelf. U. Pro number 2, accessibility. Everything is right here where you left it, usually. Pros. U. Pro number 3, sentimental value. Camera lingers on a photo slightly longer than necessary. I keep a few family items here. It's nice having them nearby. Anyways, con number 1, dust accumulation. Wipe dust from shelf. I clean this thing constantly. Actually, I cleaned it this morning. Escalation. I still don't know what this has to do with moving on. Con number 2, things can get moved around. Point at an object. Long silence. I don't know what I said that got it to do this, but okay. Pro number 4, reliability. The shelf is always right here. Several
It's not gonna run.
I don't know. More more cuts to just things on the shelf. Several viewers asked if the shelf makes noise. No, it doesn't.
I beat it out of the shelf. The shelf no longer makes noise.
Near the end, con number 3, limited storage space. Start counting the shelves.
But it's only one shelf.
2, 3, 4. Look at camera. There are 4 shelves.
Oh my god, it's you become a Muppet and you the count.
I don't know what
shelves.
this has. Final section. Overall, I give this shelf an 8 out of 10. Maybe a 9. Sorry, I thought somebody said something. Anyways, those are the pros and cons. I wish I had a 5th shelf. Cut to black.
God damn, dude. Imagine a YouTube channel that is just scripts cooked up by like ChatGPT and Grok and shit, and you just took whatever bullshit they spewed and you made that video for your channel.
I kinda want to just make a second channel and just do that.
That would be fantastic. That would be every video would be such a shit post, just because of how ridiculous and stupid it is.
And then at the end, I'll just be like, leave a comment for what prompt you want me to shove into the next fucking AI.
I just love the fact that it's just like, count the shelves. 1, 2, 3,
it would
4.
The high effort shit post value that you could get out of this would be so good, because you can do it completely earnestly. Exactly, you can actually get the fucking things it tells you to and do that.
That video would have been fantastic. I would have been so confused if I just saw that on YouTube.
I wish I had a 5th shelf. Cut to black.
Oh my god. Alright, well, we got Super Iron Bob's bot. His AI.
This approach lets the audience gradually realize that you're grieving. What?
What?
Does it though?
That's the post notes. The kilos accumulate, misplaced objects, uncertainty about memory.
Alright, okay, let's see. Super Iron Bob 1.
Oh my god.
This is a very unconventional approach, and given the specific context of your faith in the recent loss, I want to make sure I understand your goal. Usually, when people blend a personal tragedy with a technical topic like home improvement, they are doing one of 3 things. using a distraction project to cope, creating a legacy video where the shelving is a tribute, or using a specific structural analogy to explain grief. Since you explicitly stated this is not metaphorical, that is actually about building or buying shelves. Here are a few ways to frame to frame this video so it feels authentic and respectful to both your faith and your family. Option 1, the healing through handiwork approach. In this frame, you are honest about the death in the family, but the shelving is the vehicle for the video. You aren't pretending the death didn't happen, you are showing how you are processing it. The hook. It's been a really difficult couple of weeks for my family after the passing of name. I found that focusing on tangible productive tasks has been a way of finding a bit of peace. So today, I'm tackling a project I put off, deciding whether to build or buy shelves. The integration. Throughout the pros and cons list, you can mention how the act of building, the pro of DIY, provides a meditative space for prayer or reflection, whereas the pro of buying, convenience, is helpful when you don't have the emotional bandwidth to spend 10 hours in a garage. The closing.
You're emotionally weak.
End with a thought on the eternal family or the temporary nature of earthly things, transitioning from the physical shelves to a spiritual note. Option 2, the legacy/tribute approach. If the shelving project is specifically for the person who passed, e.g., organizing their belongings or building something in their honor, the video becomes a tribute. Chat, do not make a tribute.
No.
You know what I mean. The hook. My relation has recently passed away, and in going through their things, I realized I needed a better way to preserve their memories, books, and collectibles. I'm debating between building custom shelving or buying pre-made ones to house those items. The pros of building are focused on the customization, making something perfect for the person's memory. The cons are the time and effort required during a time of mourning.
Oh, I gave ChatGPT a terrible one. Oh no.
Let's see option 3. The contrast approach. The quiet video. This is more of a cinematic approach. You don't talk about the death extensively, but the atmosphere of the video reflects your current state of mind. The hook. Start with a brief, somber acknowledgement. Life has been heavy lately, with the loss in the family. I'm not quite ready to talk about it all, but I am ready to work. Let's look at the pros and cons of shelving.
So amazing.
Oh god, I'm fucking lightheaded.
Seki.
Yeah?
The thing I put in, please write a script for a DIY video about building a literal shelf with deep metaphorical meaning of going through grief for the death of a family member. Today I'm going to show you how to build a simple shelf, not because I need more storage, because I ran out of place to put things.
What?
Okay.
For this project, you'll need 2 side pieces talking about items, blah blah blah. People tell you grief comes in stages. Just hard cuts after talking about tape measures. What they don't tell you is that grief comes in distances. The distance between you were and who you are now. The distance between a phone call and the rest of your life. Measure carefully. Mistakes compound. Trust me. Cut your board to length. There isn't a metaphor here. Sometimes things are just cut shorter than they should have been.
Oh my god.
Anyway, sand the edges. You don't want splinters. The wood has already been through enough snow. People think healing means removing the damage. It doesn't. Sanding isn't erasing the grain. It's learning how to touch it without getting hurt every time.
It fucking swapped to this song.
Now we're going to assemble the frame. This is the part where everything starts looking like something. For a while after my family member died, every day felt like a pile of unrelated pieces. A coffee mug, a death certificate, a grocery list, nothing fit together. Then one day, not in a good way, just in a way that made sense, drills pilot holes. Always drill pilot holes first. Wood cracks under pressure. People do too. The first shelf goes near the bottom. Make sure it's level. The lower shelves carry the most weight. Funny thing, the worst memories do too. You spend years thinking the happy moments are what hold your life together. But
this
after
dude's
loss...
gonna hang himself after the video. Jesus Christ.
It's a terrible moments that become load-bearing. They're ugly, but everything else sits atop them. Add another shelf above that.
I'm sorry, I just can't. You're saying all these fucking things and this song is playing.
You need rooms for things, pictures, books, objects that suddenly become irreplaceable because the person who touched them isn't there anymore. And leave some empty space. That's important. A lot of people try to fill every gap. Don't.
Oh,
some space
shit.
belongs to the
More
people
people
who
will die.
aren't coming back. Now secure everything. Check for wobble. There will be some. There always is. The goal isn't perfection. The goal is standing.
This
And
dude
there it
such
is.
A downer.
A shelf. Nothing special. A few boards. A few screws. Something sturdy. Enough to carry weight. That's all grief really asks of you. Not to move on. Not to forget. Just to become sturdy enough to carry what remains. Most shelves are built to hold things. This one is built to absorb.
What?
What?
To absorb what?
Turns out those can be heavy too. Long pause. Anyways, if this helped, the measurements are in the description. Take care of yourself and don't forget to sand the edges. Fade to black.
Dude, come on. That would be such a good video. It's so confusing.
Oh,
Especially if you use this music during it.
Like relapse. I feel like relapsing cigarettes after that.
You know,
Video
maybe
ends with a
AI was a
cigarette.
great idea.
Oh my fucking god, ChatGPT.
Alright, now time to do a trivia. Apparently I have 15 seconds per question, so let's see. Let's start this. Basketball games are often played on courts made primarily from which type of wood? Maple,
Flesh.
cedar, pine, or oak?
Cedar?
I guess.
That-
How many points is
Cedar.
a free throw one? Which basketball play typically begins with
that
a...
was me questioning your pronunciation of cedar.
I don't fucking know. Begins with a pass to a teammate who scores before landing. Alley-oop? How many players are on the court at a time in a standard basketball 10? What item was the originally used as a basketball? A soccer ball or a volleyball? Volleyball. I don't think I got to click it. C answers. It was a maple and I hit volley. Oh wait, no, it's a soccer ball.
Wow, wow.
All right, well, fuck. All right.
Oh god, those fucking AI scripts. I need to go get some water.
They're so good.
God, dude, do we even continue watching this guy?
Has he been the only guy you've watched so far?
No, he just had like one good video, and then it's been,
They were all downhill.
yeah. Oh, hey, oh my god, this video's an hour. Holy shit.
That just means it's peak content.
I have no hope. I actually don't know if I'm going to get this one done.
What a way to start. I have no hope.
5 minutes versus 5 hours versus 5 days. I want to see a 5-minute workbench.
Hello Kitten is here? Are you trying to be a duo in Valorant? What? This guy is good, but it's quiet? Ah.
Workbenches in the shop are like the pretzels of woodworking.
Did he AI generate the...
He made himself fatter in the AI image. I love it.
Huh.
But why pretzels?
Balls, what the fuck? Video script, DIY versus retail shelves, Grief Edition. Visual style, low quality Subway Surfers gameplay occupies the bottom half of the screen.
God.
The top half features rapid fire stock images of lumber yards, IKEA showrooms, and hyper saturated pictures of casseroles. Audio. Upbeat, high-pitched, royalty-free ukulele music playing at an uncomfortably high volume, punctuated by aggressive vine boom sound effects.
So
There's
Kitten
something
Kendra
about
does
you
not
reading that
like-
with this dude's face on screen with his fucking shirt on that says unscrewed crew.
What the fuck?
There's an incredible amount of jokes to make here.
Wait, this is for a short!
Is it though?
Yeah! Oh my god. Because it has timestamps on this.
Oh no.
Oh my god, yeah, it's less than a minute.
Yeah!
Is that why it's including vine booms and fucking Subway Surfers?
Narrator,
Probably.
monotone, rapid fire, text to speech voice, so you don't even voice it!
Hell no. Who wants that?
Oh my god. What is up, brothers and sisters? Today we are answering the ultimate eternal question. Should you buy a shelf or should you build one? Vine boom. Much like my biological family over at the last fiscal quarter, we are looking at things that have completely fallen apart. Let's dive in. Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, it
Fascinating.
gets dumber. It gets dumb. Hold on, I need to put Carefree back on. All right, there we go. Visual. Footage of a Minecraft player aggressively chopping down a tree. Immediately cut to a picture of a traditional family tree with several branches, MS painted out. Narrator. Option A. Building a shelf from scratch. Pro. It keeps your hands busy. If I am operating a Miter saw?
That is a thing.
I more so meant the pronunciation. I am legally not allowed to think about the fact that Uncle Brent and Grandma Linda are no longer on this terrestrial sphere. Vine boom. Pro, total customization. You can choose structural pine, sturdy oak, or the absolute void of existential dread. Con, wood is expensive. Do you know what else is expensive? 3 viewings in a 2-month span. The funeral potatoes budget alone has completely wiped out my savings. Sad violin sound effect. Option 2, buying the shelf. Visual, a highly distorted image of the IKEA Swedish meatballs menu, followed by a gif of a spinning 3D coffin.
Wow.
Narrator. Option B, buying a pre-made shelf from a local retailer. Oh my god, okay.
Seki, I want you to not react to what I'm about to send you that I told ChatGPT to do.
Oh boy.
I just want you to see this.
We'll never know, chat.
Pro, convenience. It comes flat packed in a cardboard box. It is streamlined, it is efficient, it arrives at your door fully ready to be assembled, much like the final resting vessels we've been picking out on a bi-weekly basis lately. Loud
Jesus,
boxing bell ring. Con, the instructions are confusing if I cannot even understand why the Lord decided it was time for my second cousin twice removed to cross the veil via a freaking riding mower accident. How am I supposed to understand an Allen wrench diagram? Windows error sound. The eternal verdict. Visual, the narrator's avatar floating away into a stock photo of outer space. Narrator. In conclusion, whether you choose to construct your own storage unit or purchase a Swedish particle board masterpiece, remember this. Earthly possessions are temporary, shelves can sag, shelves can break, echoing vine boom. Just like the emotional stability of this household. Smash that subscribe button, leave a comment about your favorite type of wood, and please send more funeral potatoes. The fridge is full, but my soul is empty. Air horn sound effect.
Classy. And on that note, I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm tired. Later, chat. Later, guys.
Good night. The emotional weight of these scripts has gotten to him.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay. Maybe we should watch the video.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if I'm going to get this one done. Workbenches in the shop are like the pretzels of woodworking. Once you have one, you can't stop and you need more. You guys have been requesting more woodworking videos, so we're back with another ridiculous challenge where I'm going to be building 3 different workbenches in 5 minutes, 5 hours, and 5 days. This should get ridiculous and be a lot of fun. So let's get into it. Okay, so to make this interesting, my materials are not within like arm's reach. Gotta grab them still. And Sam's gonna be on the timer, holding me accountable. In case you didn't know at home, I hate this. Sam, I'm on your go.
All right.
Oh boy.
On go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right,
Seki gave me it as a copyable link thing.
Stuff doesn't have to be perfect.
Huh.
But what I'm gonna do is set a depth stop here. Oh, I nailed that. Okay. And then I got a bunch of 2x.
Huh.
I should be able to cut a couple at a time. Okay.
Damn, he is
Should put all the
He's
parts
going
around
for it.
32 inches. I need 14 of them.
bitch, what? 14?
Yeah.
I think that's 12. No? Is that 12? 3, 6, 8.
Yeah, that was not 12. Now it's 12. It's about to be 12. Because he's getting 4 off at a time.
Keep this interesting.
Oh.
I'm gonna start with the good old-fashioned IV.
Okay, I guess those.
Here. There you go. And then come on back here. Where am I at, Sam? Where am I at? 138.
Okay.
Plenty of time. I like
Huh.
positivity there, Sam. You know, it's nice to have.
I'm actually kind of impressed with how fast he's able to go with this.
Chat, you ever just build a fucking shelf in 5 minutes?
Making me.
Or I guess
You
it's a
know,
workbench.
When's the last time you beat me in Found?
Help, I accidentally assembled a Jeep.
Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. 2-5. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, there's my legs.
Huh?
Okay.
One.
I mean, 5-minute time limit, so.
Interesting angle.
230. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Got a split.
That's what he's
Okay.
going for.
Nerve-wracking.
I did say he's good.
I don't like it, Joe. I don't like it. I also hate working on the ground. Why did I do that?
That's what he's doing. Okay, I see.
I
Yeah.
run out of nails.
He's out of
Out of
nails.
Reload. Oh God. This thing is known to get a little bit finicky on the reload.
Oh, but it worked. Does some of that wood split apart?
Where am I at, Sam? 325. Okay.
Man, I want that nail gun.
Okay.
It makes such a nice noise.
There's 2.
I love this epic music that's happening.
Just like most of us started out with a hollow core door or a piece of ply, I got this ready-made workbench top. Definitely.
That must be heavy as fuck.
Bada bing, baby. Where we at? 358 and with time to spare, baby. Let's go.
4-minute
We'll get
workbench.
it done. 5-minute workbench.
Damn.
I need a nap. Whew. Up next, we've got the 5-hour
Okay.
build. For that, I've put together kind of a drawing here, and my game plan is a little bit more utility. This is going to be the build that I know a lot of you guys would probably want in your shop. We're going to go with something that's it's about 2 feet wide, 6 foot long. It's on rolling casters. We're going to do butt joint, pocket hole joinery. We'll do a shelf on the bottom. We'll do some handholds in the top. That'll allow you to like store some stuff in there. Like the
Seriously though, watching these videos really makes me want to have a workbench.
Time, we're going to micro that sucker. Give it a nice, smooth, slick surface. I like the game plan here. I like the design. And also, if you like the design of any of the things we have here, I've got plans for you guys available. I think we got a bundle. And
I want to have my own drawers too.
to win the 5-day project. So without further ado, I guess it's time to start that clock, Joe. So to make this build easy and approachable, gone ahead, got ourselves some 2x material here. I like to rip. These are 2x10s.
God,
I
that
like to
shop
rip
is
my material
massive.
out of 2x10s when I can, because they will lead to a cleaner cut. A 2x4 is usually kind of shitty, so we're gonna be ripping these down to 3s and then planing everything.
Trying to see what
We're trying to
that
make this thing
vehicle
as
in the
nice as I can.
background is over
Sorry
there.
about the
Just a
noise.
forklift.
I lied. I'm not
Yeah.
sorry. I'm stoked shit's getting done. Well, look who decided to show up today.
Hello there.
12:30 and Sam just comes moseying on in, huh?
His relative.
Okay, so we're gonna get these pieces all pre-cut, ripped.
That man either needs to grow a beard or get rid of the mustache.
Sipped.
He looks like he sells Subway sandwiches to underage people.
I was gonna say cigarettes, but you know.
And then we'll get back to you guys. Let me get this beautiful Harvey bandsaw adjusted and ready to rock and roll. And while I do that, we'll take a second to tell you a little bit more.
Yeah.
He looks like the dude that buys the alcohol for the high schoolers party, but goes to the party as well.
Like, that mustache is just not a good idea for like 99.99% of people in the world.
Yeah.
Like, you have to look like Saxon Hale to pull off a mustache like that.
There's a reason people call it the pedo sash.
Yeah.
Pains me to think of how much money and tools he has. Oh, yeah. But I mean, it seems like they do woodwork often. So.
Yeah. I assume that the channel is not his only work that he does with this place. And business.
Well, it's kind of in the thumb. Don't stop the video to go to the thumb. What you should stop the video and do is subscribe, because for some reason, millions of you watch these videos, but only like 20% of you are subscribed. So, if you could get on. All right, thank you for subscribing. Hey guys, if you're watching this, you're probably going to notice a lot of audio problems, and that's because I broke the microphone mid-build, and well, we didn't really catch it till we were done filming. So take it easy on my editor and video guy in the comments. All right, back to the project. Okay, on to the fun stuff. We're using pocket hole joinery here. One, so you at home can.
That's not that bad.
Two, because it's the fastest thing I can do.
Want more DIY garage shop channel I can dig up? Sure.
I'm trying to do something different than.
Doesn't have insane equipment.
I've got all the parts that need joinery are sitting on that bench there. I've got some guides set up for me here. If you've never seen
Man.
Safety Speed SPM 301 HD. Thing rocks. Love it.
So, to a certain degree, I understand wanting to, like, save money by not getting good tool, like, the best tools you can. Getting better tools, helps a lot.
Yeah, getting good tools is one of those things where it's like, yeah, you kind of want to actually spend that money.
Then you have good tool forever. And pray it doesn't break.
Or until it gets stolen. Because Jimmy Crack Rock needs his fix.
Heh. Heh.
Here we go.
Man, this music is such a woodworking channel music.
So here we go.
It is like
the assembly phase of the base.
Just that, yeah. It just sounds like every woodworking thing I've ever heard on like TV.
It because I took my time cutting everything. Should make this part go pretty darn quick. So you want to build this at home? You could use dominoes, dowels. You could even butt join it to just have huge balls. That's how you get down. I'm not going to stop. You build the way you want to build. I'm not out here to judge or gatekeep or do any of that shit. Just do you. Get it after it.
No, gatekeep.
Gatekeep, girl boss. You buy trash tools and buy good ones as those break. If you buy a Snap-on or Mac tools, they'll be disappointed.
3/4 of an inch.
Yeah.
And these are 1/2 inch.
A what in a hua?
I took off a 1/2 inch.
No idea.
Got a good cut. 1/4 inch off each side of those, though, that I don't screw up.
I just assume he knows what he's talking
holes
about.
are already made. Yay. Sitting at about, what I got, 2 hours left? 3 hours left. I should have this done in 20 minutes, and then we're on to the top.
Huh. Wonder what he's gonna do for a 5-day build.
All right, the base is done. Where are we at time-wise?
Question.
We are sitting pretty at, you have 2 hours and 40 minutes left.
2 hours, okay. So we should be okay. Now we're on to the plywood. I start every project, pretty much that I can, with the hardest part first, the things that take the longest.
That's what she said.
So that was my intent there. I'll do the same thing on the 5-day build. I got a lot planned for that. I might have bit off more than I could chew with the 5-day build, but I like to try to do the hardest things first.
That's what she said.
So for this, the base, if you're gonna build it, get the base out of the way. I also, there's just like, in some things, some people like to do the base first.
I would be horrified to put my hand in the saw place.
So I'm gonna rip the plywood parts here.
Yeah.
This, I think this is a 60 or an 80 tooth. Should give us some nice clean edges.
They're
I have to get
replaceable.
creative with how I'm gonna cut those pockets for your hands and stuff, but
Snap-on and Mac charge 10 times. Charge 10 times the price of normal tools. It's how mechanics and carpenters show off.
The fuck?
Keeping this pretty simple here. This is 6 feet. Bust out the old Trakorooski. The old
So it's the Apple of tools. Got it.
You know what I'm saying? Give our girl the ability to get a little plunge. I got some foam down. This is Russian birch.
Funny that it's
Plywood
called
is
Mac.
heavy. It's one of Sam's favorites. When I asked him if we had any, he was obviously said yes, and then he said, "I hope you brought your big boy pants." I couldn't figure out why. It's because it requires them to carry this plywood around. So there's that. All right, these are side pieces. I might cut one and use it as a template for 2. But like I said, this is the hardest next thing. So it's the next thing I'm gonna do. We're gonna make ourselves a template here. All right, here we go.
Ah.
I'm trying to place some of the flags they
Down to
have
the
up
bottom,
on the
so
wall.
It's gonna cut past your mark, so just be careful if you're doing this.
Posted in live chat. Oh no, what have you done now?
I'm not advised this part.
But I am a man of pure gluttony.
Oh, that. Okay, never mind.
On something like this, the corners don't really matter because the radius of the bit will hit in there, and that will actually give us our corner shape. Now we're going back to the plunge cut.
Oh. I can't tell what he's doing.
Yeah, not watching it, and I'm not fully certain.
All I know is he said, I build shelf. Or I build workbench.
In that world would be this one. I'd probably like to give myself the opportunity to pin these first from the front. You get slippage which cock it hold, but this should be okay. What's my time?
You're sitting pretty at about hour and 30.
We still got a good ways to go, so don't count the chickens. Also, chicken is delicious. If you got
I'm not really understanding a lot of what this guy says.
Scott Walsh. I think I've seen this guy.
The name sounds fake to me in that way of like somebody switching letters around somehow, but that doesn't sound right either, so I'm just assuming my brain's having a moment.
Here's a great one. 6 tools I wish I never bought.
I had a visitor come by the shop last week, and he's looking around going, "Where is your drill press?" And I was like, "I don't have one." And he just stared at me like I told him I don't wear deodorant or something. So we got to talking about all the tools that apparently every woodworker is supposed to have, and I realized that I don't have some of them. So today I'm going to walk you through which tools home hobbyist furniture makers don't really need and what to do instead, because you can save space, money, and time by skipping some of the unnecessary stuff. One of the first machines I got when building out my first shop was a drill press. It was this 80-year-old beaver that weighed as much as a small car, and it had about the same gas mileage. I got it for cheap and I spent a weekend rebuilding it with new bearings and stuff. And for a while,
Ah.
I actually used it. I'd hog out waste for
Interesting.
mortises with large Forstner bits. I drill really accurate holes when I needed them perfectly perpendicular. And it was also great for drilling holes in metal like steel. But when I really thought about it, I almost never needed holes that were perfectly perpendicular. I'd like doing mortises with a plunge router better, and steel, well, it just didn't really come up very often for me. So this machine that takes up a decent chunk of floor space was basically just sitting there collecting sawdust while I worked around it. And at that point, I realized I'd rather just use that space for storage for other tools I used more often, more than twice a year, so I got rid of the drill press. Here's what I use instead. When I got rid of my drill press, I picked up a drill guide jig that turns your cordless drill into a more precise tool. I do a lot of dowel joinery. I prefer using a good dowel jig over doing dowels on a drill press. And for something like shelf pin holes, you can also buy a jig. I made one out of plywood.
That seems a lot more helpful.
Yeah, drills as well. Now, if you're drilling tons of precise holes all the time,
interesting.
a drill press
Never even
makes
thought
sense,
about
but
something like that.
The real question is,
yeah.
are you actually drilling enough precise holes to justify dedicating permanent floor space to a machine? For me, making one-off furniture, it turns out the answer was no. So if you're just starting out and everyone's telling you that you need a drill press, then maybe save the money, maybe save the space, and put that square footage towards something that you'll actually use.
It's really pragmatic, home garage
Just
oriented.
maybe ask yourself if it's earning its keep. Speaking of that drill guide, I kind of panicked and I went out and bought a top-of-the-line woodpecker's one that cost me an embarrassingly large amount of money for it. And where does it sit now? In the box that it came in. I have a pattern with machine sanders. I buy one, I use it very little, and then I sell it. It's like I'm using Facebook Marketplace like a very inefficient rental service. My first was a Wen benchtop belt and disc sander. I used it for one project, and I immediately sold it. I someone on Facebook Marketplace and scored the smallest, the most beat up edge sander ever made for less than $200. It had been through the ringer in some industrial shop, but I spent a weekend changing all the bearings and all a bunch of stuff. The same story as the drill press. I rebuilt the whole thing, I used it a little bit, and then I got rid of it. While I had it though, that edge sander was actually very useful. When I needed to fair out a large curve or flush up two mating surfaces, it was excellent.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It had a huge footprint. For something that I really didn't use on every project, it was pretty hard to justify. Now, if you're building kitchen cabinets with 40 drawer fronts that all need to fit perfectly, an edge sander makes total sense. Sneaking up on those exact fits, you can sand assemble drawer boxes flush. Yeah, that's what these things excel at. And if that's you, these machines are absolutely worth the space. But I build standalone furniture, one-off pieces from my single car garage, not production cabinetry. So when I got rid of the edge sander, I thought one of those 12-inch disc sanders would be the answer. As a smaller footprint, it's still useful when needed. Well, you know how many times I used it for furniture? Basically never. Sometimes for metal hardware or making a weird jig, but it just reminding me I'm bad at learning lessons. For me and what I do in here, the whole premise seemed kind of wrong. People think you need big machine sanders to smooth out curves and get clean edges, but for the one-off furniture I make, I found better ways. For curves, I like to use spoke shaves now. I find them faster, more controlled, and more accurate. They were just to remove the high spots.
The old school method, I say.
The whole thing with grit and hoping for the best. For multiples of the same curved part, well, pattern routing lends itself very well to that. Just make one good template, you can route to it, and then you're done. What about the oscillating spindle sander? They are great at smoothing out really tight concave curves that my spoke shaves can't really get into, and also when the grain is just all weird and causing me aggravation. But honestly, those things just don't come up a whole lot for me. So
$300 for the wood
handheld oscillating spindle sander. It didn't really cost a lot. It also means it's not really that great, but it does fit in a drawer. I probably used it maybe 2 or 3 times in like 18 months, but at least it's not hogging up a whole bunch of floor space. So if you already have a cheap top sander that works for you and it's not really getting in your way, I see no problem keeping it. But if you have some big machine sander that's taking up half your floor space, well then maybe try a spoke shave and try pattern routing. And if those things start working for you and you're not using your big machine sanders, then maybe you can sell it and reclaim some shop space. The disc sander is still sitting over there in the corner behind you, by the way. And the second I figure out what to put there instead, it's gone. Maybe a second bandsaw? Now, before everyone loses their minds for this next tool, let me preface this by saying that I'm really trying not to gatekeep woodworking here. I'm actually trying to make your lives easier. I do not use pocket hole screws if I can help it. I do own a pocket hole jig. It's an older Craig model that I've had for years at this point. And I will probably keep using it for years more when I need to make the occasional pocket hole when I actually need one. I see no need to upgrade this thing to the latest and greatest plastic model. I made an entire video testing pocket screws, and everything I said in that video still stands now. So if you want that full breakdown, you can go watch that after this. But here is the abridged version. For me, pocket screws only make sense when I need a fast and hidden fastener. I know that sounds like I'm being Captain Obvious when I say it like that, but what drives me crazy is that I see people using pocket screws in situations where they absolutely don't need a hidden fastener, like screwing together cabinets when regular screws are eventually going to be hidden by the next adjoining cabinet on the wall. And in doing so, they're using a weaker fastener than if they just drove in a regular construction screw from the outside. Yeah,
I'm be real.
right.
I don't care if screws are shown.
Stronger. I did test this.
Yeah.
A big 2-inch
And if you
construction
don't,
screw from the
can't you
outside
just
of the
make some
cabinet
sort of
is
plug?
twice as strong as an 1.25-inch typically sized pocket screw from the inside.
Sure, that's
and
not
it's
as
way
easy,
faster
but
because
I'm
you
sure
don't
there's a
need
way.
no jig, no setup, no pocket hole drilling, and you save money by not buying more specialty screws. Now, I'm sure the engineers are watching and furiously typing right now, you shouldn't compare two different length screws. Sure, an 1.25-inch pocket screw is about 20% stronger than the same length construction screw, but why would you limit yourself when you can use a much longer screw from the outside? The only time pocket screws make sense to me is when the outside look actually matters and you're needing something faster than dowels, dominoes, or some other traditional joinery. Face frames for built-in cabinets, yeah, pocket holes make sense. Maybe making some quick drawer boxes? I guess so, yeah. But if you're building something where nobody's gonna see the fasteners in the end, you're just making extra work for yourself and using a weaker connection. So yeah, I have a pocket hole jig. Sometimes I use it, but if you find that you're reaching for it out of habit rather than necessity, maybe ask yourself if a regular screw would do the job
can use
better.
the
And if you want to
dowels
actually
instead of
learn pocket
screws,
screws
too.
the right way, plus all the better alternatives I keep mentioning, I created the Joint Academy for exactly this. It's a 7.5-hour long course that covers the 12 most important woodworking joints, from simple stuff like half flaps and dowels all the way up to the more advanced stuff like mortise and tenons, bridle joints, and dovetails. Multiple methods are shown for many joints, so you're never stuck because of tool limitations.
Yeah.
And everything is taught with either a table saw or a router, or maybe a router table. It's designed to be a lifetime reference so you can jump to exactly what you need when you need it. No hunting through hundreds of videos on YouTube. And right now it's 30% off for the New Year's New Skills Sale, because if you're gonna level up your joinery in 2026, start with the joints that'll actually last.
Right.
Things. They're an inexpensive way to get seriously accurate cuts on your table saw, way better than most stock miter gauges. But somewhere along the way, we went from Norm Abrams' very simple base and a fence to absolute monstrosities with integrated hold downs with T-tracks and modular this and modular that.
What the fuck?
Things that are so big and heavy that you need a
NC
chain
cutty
hoist just to
board.
get them on your dang table saw. And I'll admit, I also bought into this. I made one of those ultimate crosscut sleds that could supposedly handle everything I'd ever need. I built it huge, I added all the features, I felt great about it, but my back was not as impressed. It turns out that making one massive sled that can supposedly do everything means that you end up with something that you kind of just don't want to use. My original sled weighed over 30 pounds. That's a
Jesus.
lot if you're like me and you break into a sweat whenever you look at a dumbbell. So I got rid of that and I made 2 smaller but more specialized sleds. And somehow I ended up with more capacity and less weight. When I had a serious think about what I was
It's called optimization.
it was usually one of either 2 things.
Lugging around
Long,
a
narrow
big
boards
piece of
or short and wide
30-pound
panels.
wood to cut
Those are
things is not a
completely
great
different
idea.
cuts that need completely different support. For long, narrow boards, I made this sled that's only 10 inches deep, but it goes up to 44 inches long with this stop block extension. It only weighs roughly 15 pounds. It doesn't have an unnecessary fence on the far side to save weight, and I can still cross-cut pretty long boards because they're supported along most of its length. For wide panels, I made this panel sled with the fence on the far side. It can handle panels up to 24 inches deep, and it only weighs like 10 pounds. Having the fence on the far side seems
God,
weird
you
at
know what I
first, but it
hate?
means
What?
it can handle panels up to 24 inches deep, and
Okay. I saw it wrong.
I see.
For some reason, when I first saw it, my brain thought his elbow was over the wood, like towards the saw.
Oh, okay.
and it only weighs like 10 pounds. Having the fence on the far side seems weird at first, but it means that the weight is a little bit better distributed so that the sled doesn't want
There's so many tools that I want.
of the saw. In stark contrast, my original Ultimate sled could only handle panels up to 20 inches deep and maybe boards that were 36 inches long before things got sketchy. And it also weighed more than these 2 sleds combined. These give me way more capacity in both directions, and I find it easier to store 2 smaller things on the wall than just
Do you
one
have any
massive.
opinions on the
if you're
furniture
planning on
made
building
by
one of those
the
ultimate CrossFit sleds,
Shakers?
consider whether 2 smaller specialized ones might
Huh?
actually work better for you. That's what solved the problem for me. And I have plans for both of these on my website if you want them.
Are they the enemies of the movers?
Computer numerical controlled machine, or the CNC.
You know you want a laser too. Hell yeah, I do.
Videos of people cutting up plywood kitchen cabinet parts
Who
with
doesn't want a
integrated dowel holes,
laser?
and
I don't even know
yeah,
what one uses
want
one for in
that.
this situation,
And
but
then
I want
remembered
one.
Actually
It's a
wanted
laser.
kitchen.
Enemies of
Pull
the
factor is
Quakers,
very strong with the CNC. CNCs need permanent real estate, and like a lot of it, like at least 16 square feet of floor space. When I thought about my work, maybe making a coffee table and or like a desk per year, I realized that I didn't really need the repeatability of 100 identical parts. Now, if you're churning out cribbage boards for Etsy or doing production plywood cabinetry, that's a whole different ballgame.
I think CNC machines are cool.
At home,
Oh yeah, they are.
well, what about all that promised free time while the CNC is running? Well, for one-off furniture making, a lot of what you'd use a CNC for is cutting templates, which takes all of 5 minutes for a CNC to cut out. In some ways, that sounds pretty good. 5 minutes and you're done? Yeah, the actual cutting time might be 5 minutes, but before that, you gotta generate G-code files, you gotta mount the wood, zero out the machine, maybe run a test cut if you're not confident. Meanwhile, I could have printed out my design on regular printer paper, tape it all together, glue it to a piece of wood, cut it on the bandsaw, and smooth it out
Fun
with
fact,
some
by the way.
sandpaper by hand. I know it sounds
I
like
have
a lot,
a
but I've
stainless
done that for
steel
years, and
drinking
it really
cup
doesn't
that's
take a
CNC
whole lot
machine
much more
made.
time than all that prep work with the CNC does.
Yeah.
Now, I'll admit the idea of the machine doing all the work while I can go do something else sounds pretty amazing. In my head, I'd
I
be
could
getting
use
a
that
whole
thing
lot of
to
stuff
beat
done,
someone.
But in reality, I'd probably just be like standing there watching it in an absolute panic of the bit breaking. And let's talk about the hidden costs. CNCs create some serious amount of sawdust, so you're gonna need a serious dust collector to take care of it. You probably want a dedicated computer for this setup. Maybe there are going to be software subscriptions too, and all the material you'll waste as you're learning along the way. And CNC skills just don't really cross over much to furniture making and vice versa. I mean, it's good to learn basic 3D computer drawing, but you're
take
gonna
that
have to
CNC
be okay
router
with
off its
spending time
hands.
learning CAD and toolpaths and G-code instead of joinery and wood movement. Both are valid woodworking. I'm not saying it's
I don't have an
they're
actual
just
use case
very
for a
different
CNC
things.
machine.
And if you're stuck at a computer for your day job
Yeah.
all day, every day, do you really want more screen time when you get home before you can actually blow off steam out in your shop? Look, I get it. CNCs are definitely cool, but maybe ask yourself, do they actually solve a real problem in your shop? For me, making
No.
one-off furniture, a router with a pattern routing bit does 90% of the work for what I thought I needed a CNC for. Now, if you really want to get computer-aided work in your shop, something like a Shape or Origin, to me, makes way more sense. I am not sponsored by them. I bought my own with my
I got a
own
lot of
money.
uses.
It's
Some of
handheld.
them
It
aren't
stores in
shit
a
posts.
drawer or on a shelf. It doesn't need
I mean,
a
you
code
do way more
generator.
than
You can make
woodworking.
cuts on assembled pieces, and you can go from design to cutting in a matter of minutes. The Origin costs more than a lot of entry-level CNCs, but those cheap machines are going to need a lot of assembly and calibration and troubleshooting and hours of software learning before you can actually make your first cut. And knowing my track record with my drill press and my 3 different machine standards, I'd probably end up spending a month learning how to do the tool paths and the G code, make a couple templates, and then proceed to sell it on Facebook Marketplace for half of what I paid for it. Furniture makers survived for centuries without computers in the shop. That's what works for me. If you're in the same boat with one-off furniture, you might not need a CNC either. This might make people mad. I never once thought that I needed a traditional hand tool workbench. Look, I am not saying
A what?
they're not super cool, because they are. I'm not saying that they don't have useful features. They totally do, but they're designed for a workflow that, and let's all be very honest with ourselves, 99% of us are not using. Sought after benches like the WOOOOOO or the Nicholson were designed centuries ago by people who had to flatten boards and
God, I'm
straighten
hungry.
edges purely by hand. They needed massive tops and extreme rigidity because hand planes put serious lateral pressure on a workbench. But I am not that special type of romantic. I am more than okay using machines to take out the grunt work so I can get back to what's really important. Watching people talk about building furniture on YouTube. What can happen when someone decides to build one of these beautiful...
Oh, how did he know?
Is that they tend to spend an inordinate amount of time planning it, and sometimes even months or years. I have read online that some people agonize over design details like barrel nuts versus drawboard Morrison tenons versus tusked tenons if they want to break it down, or they want to make those sweet dovetailed tenons from the legs that go through the top on a WOOOOOO. Then you gotta buy the wood.
This is a tool-heavy stream, so semi-related, but I have an extreme phobia of compressed gases. Every time I air up a tire, I feel like it's gonna explode and kill me. Oh no, same.
Another $1,500 just for the bench-crafted vice hardware that everyone wants to put on that bench.
Dude, I am paranoid of all gases. I feel like everything around me is going to explode. Like my blowtorch even. I only put it like on the floor where it can't topple over because I'm afraid that if it topples over, it's gonna fucking explode.
Well, knowing your luck, do you consider that a gotcha pull or not?
The suspiciously earthquake-shaped earthquake happening.
When you're staring at that amount of money that you could potentially screw up, the fear paralysis is a very real thing. And then when you finally build it, well, if this is your first time, then you'll be trying to make your dream bench on the floor, or best case scenario on sawhorses. Half a year of weekend shop time later, you got a 350-pound bench you might not be able to move by yourself, and it also might have some gappy joinery, and the top might also not really be that flat. I mean, I know my first laminated bench top looked more like a urinal trough. And to save money and effort and time, most roubeaus that I've seen are only about 24 inches deep, which works well enough for edge jointing boards with a hand plane, but that's not so fantastic when you're trying to assemble a large built-in cabinet. I've seen a lot of people making plywood projects
He
on
says
a
from his metal top
joiner's
bench.
workbench, projects that do not benefit from the robustness of a roubeau. And then they're having a really hard time because their big cabinet parts are falling off their too small workbench. These benches are really cool and they're designed for hand tool operations, but large assemblies need large assembly tables. And in a small shop, it's hard to justify having both. This is what's been working really well for me. A decently sized, decently stout workbench with a flat top that's at least 5 feet
pretty
wide,
nice workbench.
wide, and 30 inches deep.
I like how the
with a
woodworking
simple cast
tables
iron
are
vise and a
kind of
whole bunch dollar
iconic
holes.
enough looking that
bench
you can tell what it
cost
is.
a truckload of money or take
And it is
all you
always
can
just kind of
make.
looks the
And
same in
bonus
video
if There's
games.
a bunch of storage built in. Both workbenches in my shop fit this description. They're stiff enough for some light duty hand planing. I can chop with a chisel right on top of the leg and it feels pretty solid. I got multiple work holding options for modern power tools in any orientation. My main bench was more involved and expensive, but I made a budget-friendly version using home center construction lumber and no fancy tools for my Evergreen Workbench course. Dozens of people have built it, including absolute beginners who've never made a project before. People consistently mention how clear the instructions are and how they've applied those skills to other projects already. And right now I'm running a 30% off New Year's new skills sale because if you're going to learn or level up your woodworking in 2026, start with a bench that won't break the budget. And if you want to watch the abridged YouTube video of me building the Evergreen Workbench,
In general, I feel like if I were to DIY any furniture, I want it to never ever break said budget. Yes.
Yeah.
I would want to do it for cheap.
workbench. There is a link right here if you want to watch that pocket screw video.
All right, and that's the end of the video. Okay. I'm gonna be real. I'm starving. I think I'll end there. Probably watch this dude off stream. And, man.
God Walsh.
I guess we learned today that a family member death will weigh on your shelf.
Remember, chat, these shelves are meant for more than just storage, but absorption. God. I laughed, by the way, because it literally was just like, okay, I'll write that.
Chat. I don't usually have a raid message, but here's the raid message.
Oh boy.
There's the raid message. Alright. Sekigema, I will see you tomorrow.
Oh god, what have I done?
Sekigema.
Ah.